Well, just I want to mention that we will start our next panel about the defense resilience in 5 to 7 minutes. We are just waiting for all the guests to arrive after the launch, so please bear with us and sorry for this delay. Welcome back, everyone. I just invite you, if you don't mind, can you please just come a little bit to be here in the first 2-3 rows? Like this, we can connect better, please. And we can see you better. Thank you. So I hope that everyone had an excellent networking lunch. And we kick off our afternoon by turning to high-stakes arena where deep diplomatic trust meets cutting-edge technology, space exploration, and sovereign defense resilience. This session addressed tomorrow's security parameters, examining advanced satellite operation and how France and GCC aerospace coalitions are securing critical communication networks against global threats. Please join me in welcoming our experts, aerospace and defense, to the stage, along with our moderator, Mr. Oscar Wendell, founder and chairman of Global Stratalog and editor-at-large of EMEA Finance magazine.
Good afternoon. I am Oscar Wendell, chairman of the think tank Global Stratalogs, and represent a telecom provider, Carrier One, in the Middle East. It is a privilege to welcome you to this discussion today that could not be more timely on space and defense, France and Gulf perspectives. A year ago to the day, I stood at this exact same place to moderate a panel where one of the central questions was how to mitigate the risk of the Strait of Hormuz being blocked. With what has unfolded since, there's never been a more critical time or place for today's conversation. Over the past few months, we have witnessed an accelerating transformation of the global security landscape, one in which alliances are being questioned, if not shifting. Technology is redefining power, and nations are having to reassess what autonomy and sovereignty truly mean in a world of fluid digital borders. But defense cooperation has never been about equipment alone. More fundamentally, it rests on the diplomacy, trust, and shared sovereignty that allow nations to protect their strategic interests. France occupies a distinctive position here, having built some of the world's most advanced aerospace, defense, and space capabilities. France-Gulf cooperation is now entering a new phase anchored not in exports alone, but in co-development, knowledge transfer, and shared strategic interests. Space is where this shift is most visible. Space has moved from a domain of exploration to the foundation layer of modern security. Recent conflicts have shown that the invisible communications infrastructure that keeps modern societies running are the most critical, but also the most vulnerable. Today's conversation brings together leaders that represent each layer of resilience, from diplomatic and military strategy to the satellite infrastructure that underpins telecommunications, aviation, financial systems, and emergency services. We will begin with Major General Christoph Hinze, who recently returned from leading the NATO mission Iraq, that will bring the strategic perspective of the security landscape today and update us on his views of how he sees the current situation in the Middle East. Dr. Hamdullah Mohib of OrbitWorks will expand on the geopolitical macro perspective and discuss how the Gulf region is building sovereign space capabilities and industrial ecosystems, shifting from a consumer of advanced technologies to a contributor and innovator of the global space sector. Olivier Gulbert of Thales Alenia Space will define what resilience means in the space domain. Olivier Badard of the Armada Holding will widen this into the question of strategic autonomy, examining what true space sovereignty is and how it can be achieved, and the potential for regional collaboration in the GCC. Adel Hadoud of Infinite Orbits will address what it takes to protect and preserve the life of satellites. And joining us later will be Mark Chiesa of CGX Aero that will talk about how to defend and protect satellite navigation systems. And if we have time, I look forward to a conversation thereafter about potential space wars and how they will be fought in the future. So let me begin. General, It's an honor to have you with us today.
Thank you, Oscar.
You've recently returned from leading NATO mission Iraq. How do you see the geopolitical landscape evolving with the peace deal yesterday having been signed?
Yes, thank you, Oscar. So, because you are talking about NMI, NATO mission Iraq, so I will speak a few words about the mission. So, this mission is first a non-combat advisory mission at the strategic level, and deployed since 2018, and at the request, and it's very important, of the Iraqi government. It's about 800 people, civilian and military, and among them 200 advisors from 28 countries. And the mission is to advise the Iraqi armed forces and Iraqi security forces, and to stabilize the country, to fight against Daesh, and at the end to provide Iraq as a NATO partner. And we work over 29 long-term objectives, for example, digitalization, rationalization of equipment, restructuring, command and control, crisis management, simulation, and so on. Regarding your question, and I will be more focused on Iraq, I would say that after 1 year deployment, I can say that Iraqis are tired about war, about insecurity, instability, and clearly they want social and economic development. And above all, they want to stay far away from all regional or international tension. But we know very well that the last conflicts impact and show their weakness, the weakness of Iraqi sovereignty on their territory, but also on the air. But nevertheless, this fact, I would like to mention that I'm still very positive about the future of Iraq, and I see Iraq as a land of opportunity. Yes, of course, the new prime minister has many challenges. The first one is structural reforms, including fighting against corruption. The second one is to control all the weapons and all the militia who are very aligned to Iran. And the last one, of course, is to maintain a balanced position between American demands, disarmament of militia, and the influence of Iran, because Iran sees their militia as their first line of defense. But I can say, just to conclude this point, is that Iraqi authorities like NATO. They want more NATO. They consider NATO as a stability factor, and they want to create more opportunity. So yes, Iraq is linked to Iran, of course. But I can say, after 1 year of key leader engagement, that Iraq is looking to the West and see his connection with NATO as a great opportunity to move forward.
Thank you very much, General. I'd like to bring in Dr. Hamdullah Mohib. Few men have as much experience as you do when it comes to what we're talking about here today, strategic resilience and trying to achieve peace. You represented Afghanistan as the ambassador to the United States, and you're now key in the relationship with developing satellites between the UAE and France with your ongoing initiatives. Before we transition into the discussion about the technical aspects of resilience and satellite infrastructure, could you give your view on how you see the recent developments, and if you could share some thoughts about what we can learn from the past and mistakes and create a peaceful future?
Thank you. I think the discussion of sovereignty, satellite, space, and insecurity are all interlinked. Geopolitics has played a significant role, and I think every nation now realizes what they can and need to do to have sovereign space capabilities. Whether it's on the communication front, we saw Starlink, for example, being critical in Ukraine, and that is a key service to have. But at the same time, we see Earth observation, which is largely focused on imagery, but those capabilities are expanding beyond those. So maritime security, border securities, but it's also disaster management. There is also a lot of commercial applications that enable nations to do better, to serve their nations better, to protect their borders, and also provide services that perhaps were previously only the domain of Western nations. Mm-hmm. And where we play, OrbitWorks, is kind of that link to create capabilities that go beyond just Western nations and only those that can afford. We are creating satellites as a service and offering those capabilities to those nations who are perhaps more nascent, but still need to have some services without interruptions at key moments. And I think with that, the partnership that we have developed here with companies in France and what we've been able to do with CNES and other entities has been a cornerstone. One of the partner that we built OrbitWorks with is also a French-American company called Loft Orbital, and so it is through that partnership that we are able to create what we need to do for the future. But I'll stop there. I know there's a lot more experts here to talk about. The space part, I'm happy to come back to it later if there was time.
There will be. And now that we're kicking off the discussion on satellites and the topic of this panel, resilience, I'd like to ask Thales Alenia Space and Olivier to give us an overview for the layman. What does resilience in space actually mean?
Thank you, Oscar. Resilience, I think it's one of the basic of satellites. Because as you may know, but Adele will contradict me later on, once you have launched a satellite, there is no way to repair it, or there was no way to repair it before. That means that the satellite by itself should be resilient. There is only one example since decades. It's the telescope launched by US, which has been refurbished and refixed once in orbit, but it cost hundreds of millions, and it's not possible for on a global basis. But now we are facing new threats, and it's obvious when you see the different conflicts that we have currently, but before also. And those threats could be for the satellite or Earth observation, telecommunication, but also navigation. And you know how we rely on GPS, GLONASS, Galileo system. So the threats are multiple. The threats could be unintentional because of frequencies issue, but it could be also intentional, and there could be some attack from the ground to avoid satellite to transmit information. And the recent event in Iran demonstrated that the action could be extremely violent and could stop completely a satellite to transmit information. So this is a remote attack, and there could be also definitely some physical attacks. And we saw in the past some spy satellite turning around commercial or military satellite, and either to force the satellite to move, and that means to stop his mission, or to create some perturbation and some impact on the service itself. So this is one of the first threats that we are supporting and the end user are facing. The cyber attack is also essential, and that means that, as you understand, when you have the satellite up there, you have also a ground segment that is operating and deploying the service. So the ground segment itself should be protected. And as we are now in an open world, and that your ground segment will be connected to internet, you have many ways to enter into this ground segment and to create some issue. So the protection of the ground segment of our customer is also essential, and to allow to have some secured but shared information to the right users. Then we have also the evolution of the market itself. The satellite operators, the private sectors, has been facing a tough competition from actors like Starlink, and others that will come. But as you mentioned, the Ukraine event recently, when Starlink decided from day 1 to day 2 to switch off their services, demonstrated that sovereignty is essential. You cannot rely on the business to business communication or business to government. You cannot rely on a private actor that will decide suddenly to stop the communication. So the emergence of new program has been accelerated by the needs and the requirement coming from the government to have sovereign solution. So this is where the dual-use satellite, as we call it, so a mix of commercial and military services, is becoming more important. And then there is the, as I mentioned, the Earth observation and the navigation. And we saw, as I mentioned, navigation is extremely critical on our daily basis. When you take your car, GPS and Galileo are used on a daily basis. And it occurs recently that you are supposed to be located in Riyadh, but finally your GPS tells you, oh no, you are not in Riyadh, you are in Daman. So, and it's because there are some jamming which are managed on the GPS and GNSS satellite. And it's where also we bring some solution to support and to resist to such kind of attack. So, you know, there are a huge variety of attacks that everyone is facing today, and it's where the resilience of satellite is becoming crucial and mandatory.
Thank you very much. And I think I've prepared a question here for the other Olivier. Talking about sovereignty, I think a key question that I would like to move on to is the opportunity of collaboration between the GCC countries and what that would look like. And to your point specifically, when you need it the most, you need to be able to count on the communications infrastructure. You've given this a lot of thought, Olivier. Could you share what the different options are in terms of securing strategic resilience?
Sure, my pleasure. I'll try to answer your question. I'll give you just a very 1-minute overview of 50-year history of satellite communication in the GCC or the Middle East, right? So 50 years ago, 21 Arab League countries founded Arabsat. Arabsat was and is an international government organization owned by a number of countries in order to mutualize their capabilities in terms of satellite communications. And then what happened? 20 years ago, one of the largest shareholders, the UAE, this is public, decided to create their own satellite communication operator, right? Then Qatar did the same. Then Saudi recently, 2 years ago, announced that they were also creating the same. Egypt has since then launched also military satellite communication assets that are fully sovereign. So just to highlight, and Oman just recently announced also that they were launching their own national and sovereign program. Right? So what does that tell us? Cooperation is a must, but cooperation in this particular field started 50 years ago, and then ultimately, each and every country has the desire, the need, the ambition to develop sovereign capabilities. So, and another example fairly recent here in Europe with what is happening really between Germany and France as far as low latency LEO connectivity is concerned. France has invested or reinvested massively into Eutelsat OneWeb, so really Eutelsat. The German MOD is saying, well, this is a constellation or a connectivity solution that is too French, I want my own. So I think we are facing a moment where cooperation is a must. Friendly nations and neighbors want to work together, but I think that the ability to cooperate is linked to the ability to actually be, number one, sovereign, to be independent, and that gives an actual leverage to negotiate partnerships or cooperations on a regional basis. And again, this is, after all, Vision Golfe, so this is between France and the GCC countries. So we can see that what is happening in Europe is also happening in the GCC. And by the way, it's not only happening in SATCOM, because if you look at intelligence, space-based intelligence capabilities, same thing happened. I'm only talking about public information, right? The UAE acquired sovereign assets roughly 10 years ago, launched them in orbit. It's widely known that other GCC countries are actively pursuing the acquisition of similar sovereign intelligence assets, and whether it's low Earth orbit or geostationary orbit, doesn't matter. But in this case, it's low Earth orbit. So I think Going forward, if you again map the same story on the European front, every large European country have their own space intelligence programs. So I think cooperation is a must at regional level between friendly countries, but cooperation can only happen if there's a quote-unquote a level playing field amongst the parties that want to cooperate, and if each party brings actual sovereign capabilities. That's a way to probably implement a more balanced cooperation, because everyone brings quote-unquote assets or capabilities or use cases or services to the table. But it's also a way, to some extent, to regain full independence if and when, as Olivier was mentioning about Starlink deciding suddenly to switch off connectivity, LEO connectivity on a given country. If in your cooperation or in your partnership, something happens, making it more difficult to rely on third-party assets, you can always revert back on a fully sovereign, owned and operated asset. So it's quite a difficult mix, because it's a mix between sovereignty, independence, and the need and ability to truly cooperate going forward. And just looking at the same topic, we talked about just a bit the history of SATCOM and the history of intelligent satellite. In the future, I'm certain that in the GCC, we will see space-based early warning capabilities being implemented, developed, acquired, owned, operated, whatever the actual model. We will see sovereign capabilities being developed, but there will be also a need to see cooperation amongst the country, because each and every country cannot really have the full spectrum of capabilities fully owned on a sovereign basis. So cooperation, yes. Sovereignty, 100%, in particular in light of what we've seen over the past few months. But it's like walking on eggshells, pretty much. It's a difficult balancing act, one much required, much needed, but one that needs to be looked at and monitored on a almost daily basis, I'd be tempted to say.
I guess the challenge is who puts in the money. He who pays the piper calls the tune. It's difficult in any collaboration or cooperation, military in particular. I imagine that, as we've seen through history, and not least with infrastructure projects between nations, it easily descends into an argument of who's paying for what. Can you see a solution where you sort of get more influence depending on how much you're paying?
But clearly, the more you pay, the more you expect to own or to have so-called industrial return, like we've seen in Europe over the past many years. But clearly, what does it take? Owning sovereign capabilities in space is expensive, and is in many cases not commercially sustainable, right? So it's a desire and a willingness and a political will to have independent and sovereign capabilities in space. And how do you make it work? Right, you allocate budget accordingly based on the sort of capabilities you want to develop. ESA, European Space Agency, during the last ministerial conference in November, has recorded contributions from the ESA member states higher than it's ever been the case. Germany is spending, or has officially declared they were going to be spending in excess of 25 billion euros in space. If you want to own and operate sovereign assets, you need to spend money. You need to allocate capital. You need to make it a political priority somehow.
I think now with the SpaceX IPO, the amounts of money that has been invested and being expected to be invested, ROI is of course a central question if we're going to get our money's worth for this. And I'd like to bring in Adel Hadoud, Infinite Orbits. I think that specializes on this very question on maximizing the utility of the satellites in orbits and protecting them. Could you tell us a little bit about satellites as strategic infrastructure? How important is it and how possible is it to protect these satellites and to extend their life?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Brought me to contradict the two Oliviers, and you put me in the middle. But I think I'm just going to build on what they both said. Satellites were built to be resilient. It's of the most resilient assets ever, simply because you cannot go there and fix them. At least that's the past. And from an ROI point of view, it's also a capacity that is very expensive to have, and the ROI is not always easy to reach if it's purely a commercial story. Infinite Orbit was created around these two concepts of resilience assets that are very expensive, and how to make them even more resilient to access them, basically. So now action in space is possible, and it's the concept of going to an asset that is in space that we thought resilient. It's not resilient anymore because people can go to it and actually touch it and maybe move it or blind it or jam it, etc. So Infinite Orbit was created around that. The first commercial use case which make them more resilient is to give them life extension. So essentially keep in orbit a satellite, an asset that is worth 400 million euros sometimes, longer than it is expected original life, by docking to it and keeping it in orbit longer. And we work with various GCC partners to do that. And also from an ROI point of view, it's usually a continuity that we offer to our customers to maintain an asset in space and maintain the ground segment, talking to it, the customers talking to it longer at a much lower price, because you do not have to replace it as it is, or you can delay the replacement. And hence the name Infinite Orbit. So we give infinite lives, it's not really infinite, but longer lives to space assets. And there is definitely a need that we see today in the GCC. The few countries Olivier talked about have all geostationary satellites, some of them reaching end of life, and they all need them to live longer and be more resilient.
And specifically on the threat of satellites being shot down, as was gained a lot of media attention this year with the Chinese having a laser where they could shoot down low Earth orbit satellites. How can you protect against this?
I wouldn't use shoot down, probably. It's happening both in LEO orbit, but more importantly, actually, in GEO orbit, because in GEO orbit, the satellites are much more sovereign, much more expensive, bigger, and they have been blinded. So simply you have a satellite, hello, you don't have a satellite anymore. So this is a reality, yeah? This is not Star Wars. I think you mentioned Star Wars. This is a reality of today. I guess the first level of resilience is to tell your opponent who's planning to access your satellite or get close to your asset in space that I can get close to yours as well.
Yeah.
So your ability is deterrence. Your ability to be, as an operator, as a sovereign nation, to make it close enough in proximity of another nation's assets. A satellite is an extension of your sovereignty in space as a nation. Landing or getting close to a satellite that belongs to another nation that holds another flag, like a ship, is like landing a helicopter on a ship that has a flag of another nation. So it's potentially an act of war. And if other people are able to do it, you need to be able to do it. That's the first level of defense. Obviously, this can get sophisticated through jamming, spoofing, laser. You mentioned laser, and maybe other things we don't know of. But the simple fact of being able to operate closely to an asset in space is already an act of resilience and self-defense.
What I'm hearing is that we're looking at an arms race for the satellite capabilities. And long term, is that realistic? I mean, it's not going to benefit anyone that we're just protecting our satellites for a potential of an all-out war that, if it even happened, would make space useless for everyone because of all the garbage that would be in space. I would like to ask an open question. Is it not possible to have interdependencies between all parties? Now we're seeing the Americans with SpaceX and Bezos developing their constellations, the Europeans with their constellations and the GCC, as you were talking about their collaborations. In the bigger picture, can you see a scenario where everyone is interdependent and benefits the capacity of satellites overall?
I'd be happy to take a stance. I don't think so, because at the end, the appetite for sovereignty and national ambition, national objectives, and just make it impossible to see a full interdependent. The minute you're interdependent in space, that means I can go sit in the back of your car, I'm driving your car, I have my traffic going on your satellite, going back into your ground station, and I lose, somehow you lose, but I lose also a lot of sovereignty from the assets that I've deployed in space. So it's a bit like different system. You know, people say usually if you really want to have like a regional alliance, you should have a central bank with the same currency, you should have a integrated defense system, and you should have at least, and speaking under the control of His Excellency, former ambassador, you must have diplomacy that somehow speaks one voice, right, one way or the other. This is very difficult to achieve. It's very difficult to achieve. And what happens in space is no different than what happens in the ground, under the control of the general now, about, you know, defense system. Who has the ability to have truly interoperable defense system amongst regional allies? Very difficult.
First of all, the audiences know there is no war going on in space. It's one of the areas that we have been able to collaborate even at the peak of war. There is an international space station. The Americans and the Russians and the Europeans have all been collaborating, so no one panics. The second is that, Olivier was talking about the early warning satellites. We're actually building, the constellation we're building out of the UAE is called Altair, and we are very fortunate to have even French clients on this Altair constellation, which is an early warning. Normal Earth observation satellites are just about taking imagery. These satellites have multiple sensors and onboard compute. So instead of tasking a satellite to take a picture for you, it can give you scenarios. And now we can see so much from space. Let's say with hyperspectral payload, we can see oil spill, gas leaks, we can see thermal, so we can see population movements. And so you can start to trigger satellites to give you information on the go. At the moment, the way the satellite industry operates is from the time a picture is taken until it's converted to intelligence, could be up to 6 hours, and sometimes even more, depending on the arrangement you have with the satellite provider. And something that people don't also often talk about is, just like Starlink, Earth observation satellites also cut off their imagery during the peak of the war because they're serving their main client, which usually is their own country's MOD. And there is only so many pictures you can take. There is only so much space there is on and what you can send back. And so, and at very least, there is delay in the receiving of that information. And so it puts nations at a disadvantage. My take would be slightly different to what Olivier is saying. I think the reason Europeans have not been able to compete with the Americans as much is once America is big, it has a lot of resources, and there is a bigger use for. Whereas in Europe, there has been more of a divided approach. In the GCC, we hope not to repeat that mistake, but in fact, collaborate with Europe more closely. First of all, the markets are not big. These are, as Olivier said, and as well, it's huge. These are big investments. And so to be able to collaborate is where we can perhaps get the best results out of it. And I see that collaboration increasing with current geopolitical environment between GCC and Europe. We certainly at OrbitWorks are pushing for that to be the case, so that we have not only a GCC-wide collaboration, but also collaboration with Europe. And I also would say that sovereignty for only maybe a couple of nations it's possible to have end-to-end supply chain, and that's not possible for everybody. And so a lot of that sovereignty can be also guaranteed on mutually exclusive agreements on the supply chain, on partnerships, so that we develop something, you develop something, and that you collaborate, and that interdependency makes sure that everybody is collaborative and acts upon it. Last, I wanted to say that once again, on the security front, you mentioned that satellites were shot down. I wish that that was the case. You can't shoot a satellite down; it stays there, and the debris, unfortunately, creates an environment in which the flight of the, particularly in low Earth orbit, satellites crash quite significantly. And this is one area where there has also been significant diplomacy on the part of the UAE. To create this space situational awareness and to reduce future debris in space. And so that will require a UN type of collaboration when it comes to space, something that we still don't have and need. Thank you.
So I want to bring the discussion back to the other Olivier. You've mentioned in our preparation for this panel that Thales is involved in 80% of financial transactions. And having lived through the months of the military operation earlier this year in Dubai, of course, this was on top of everyone's mind, financial transactions, if they would get disrupted. That, I think, is a key part of resilience. Can you share a little bit of your thoughts of what can be built up to secure infrastructure in the financial world?
So yes, the example that I have taken, it's to demonstrate that the critical infrastructure are not only for military purposes. Financial aspect is key for all of us, and definitely the contribution of Thales as the major provider of a cyber system to protect those transactions demonstrates the capacity of Europe to be in top of this kind of solution. In terms of protection, I think we have also to play and to use that diversity of space. Space, as you understood, there are multiple orbits, GEO, MEO, LEO, and what is important is like for when you want to have some suppliers, if you have a single source suppliers, you may have a risk to have some shortage and to have some issue. So it's the same for satellite. Never rely only on one single solution. So the multiplication and the diversity that you could have could help you to support any attacks or any threat that you will face. On the GEO, we are 36,000 kilometers, so it's very difficult to be attacked physically by a missile. Where on the LEO, as you mentioned, there was this physical attack with a laser that created thousands of debris. Hopefully, as you mentioned, there are some coordination, because if there is a massive chaos on the LEO orbit, there will be impact for everyone. It's like the nuclear protection. If someone is launching a nuclear bomb, the other one will launch it. So it's an auto protection. So it's the same in space. If you create debris on LEO, all the other services, not only the Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, the Indian, the European, will be impacted. So it's a kind of chicken and eggs, and so they just have to show that they can do it, and that's it. So hopefully, I think it will remain like that. But to come back to the diversity, I think it's very important for private entities, and you mentioned Eutelsat that invested massively in OneWeb constellation, but they have also their GEO constellation. SES merged with Intelsat, and they have some GEO, MEO, and later on they will have some LEO satellites. So this diversity to be able to serve efficiently the different customers are essential. And Thales in space, like other actors, but especially us, we are present in all those fields. And it's why also when we discuss with a government or a private entity, they are interested by this diversity to be able to answer to any of their requests.
Thank you very much. I would like to do a quick round for the last couple of minutes that we have. What will be the most critical thing for France to remain a strong partner in the space sector for the coming decade?
Well, I think quickly, but access to launch is key. France is one of the few nations in the world who mastered that and still mastering that at a scale where no other country is probably going to do that through Ariane. I think through some of the companies that are here, also there is a clear collaboration with the GCC that is happening. There is, what I see, acceptance of French technology in that area of the world, and I think investing from both sides in that area, I think is really key.
If I may, I think the key would be access to space. Fully agree with Adel, but just to give a different perspective, I think somehow we are close to being a bankrupt country, so somehow we're going to have to find the way to finance our ambition going forward in space. It's a fact. That level is so high that it's very difficult to invest more. Nevertheless, we have the technical know-how. We have good training capabilities, good university, good people. We're going to have to partner in order to diversify the sources of funding of our ambition in space going forward. That would be my statement.
We're here to enable that. And in fact, what we did on the Altair constellation was exactly that. The French needed early warning satellites that we invested in, built in the UAE, that we can then now use for French territories as well. And as we go forward, I think partnership is going to be a continued focus. If there was anything that I would add, would be perhaps lesser bureaucracy and faster movement.
Always.
There is one thing I think is essential is partnership, collaboration. I will give you two examples. Sometimes it's true that in Europe it could take more time than in US, and especially with some private actors. But Galileo, to my point of view, is today the best navigation system in the world in terms of resilience, in terms of performance, and it has been demonstrated and understood by most of the users. And the second constellation that Europe is launching, IRI², it's quite unique because, in fact, as you know, Europe is multiple countries, and they succeeded to converge on a budget, which is huge, but they are also open to collaboration. And we receive a lot of requests from external non-European countries willing to be part of IRI², coming from everywhere in the world. And this collaboration, this partnership is key for me for the long term and the liability of a space domain.
Thank you. And I'd like to give the last word to you, General.
So my subject is very far from satellites because NATO mission Iraq is on the ground. But we can find some common pictures. And I think one or two parameters of the success is first, not wanting to impose one solution. It means respect the country's sovereignty and the country's willing. The second one is coordinating the actions of all actors. And it's quite difficult. So it's quite difficult for the satellites, but also quite difficult at my level when I was training and advising Iraqis, because there is sometimes difficulties to identify the interest of the others. So we need to find a common interest, and sometimes it's quite difficult.
Thank you very much, but I think we will get there. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. General, thank you. You can use it for your services more in Iraq.
Thank you very much. And next panel will explore the evolution of supply chain connectivity, multimodal ports integration, and the historic potential of India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridors, IMEC, which position the GCC as an ultimate geopolitical bridge for global trade. To unpack how we build more resilient trade routing, please join me to welcome our panelists, along with our moderator, Ali Aitani, Region Head of Arab News, Japan and France.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a very nice transition, going from space and now a bit back down to Earth, talking about strategic corridors. The pleasure of hosting my distinguished panelists, Gérald Mestrallet, Special Envoy to the President of the Republic of France, IMEC, Charles-Emmanuel de Beauregard, Head of Corporate and Institutional Banking for QNB, Qatar National Bank, Paul Hesbeck, CEO, Folk Maritime Service Company, and Alexander Joseph, Vice President for Bahri. I think we'll jump straight into it and start with a question that I'm sure is on everyone's mind. With the recent transformation of global logistics corridors and the increasing strategic importance of resilient, multimodal supply chains between Europe, the GCC, and Asia. I see you've already picked up your microphone, Joseph. Go ahead.
Firstly, thank you for having us today on this impressive theme. I would say in the past, we used to look at corridors on behalf of our clients. We used to look for it on the efficiency level. Can you hear me? On the efficiency level and the cost effectiveness level. After COVID, after all the disruption happening globally, we shifted our search into resilience. Today, the corridors that we look for are mainly the resilient corridors. The position of GCC is a good connection between the vibrant economies between China and Europe. From our side, in Saudi, we're investing a lot in the infrastructure, but the infrastructure alone is not enough. We need to have the operators to operate all these infrastructure. As we can say, we need to have the chef d'orchestre that can connect all these corridors coming from Asia to Europe. So basically, resilience is the word we're looking for in our search and interconnection between countries.
Speaking of chef d'orchestre, Monsieur Mestrallet, your position on this?
Thank you. It's obvious that the question of the resilience of the corridors started earlier, before the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. If I can speak a word about IMEC, of course, IMEC has been launched in September 2023, at a moment where the region was relatively quiet. It was 3 weeks before the 7th of October. And initially, the objective was to create a modern, resilient corridor between the 3 continents, India, Middle East, and Europe. But the initial idea was to create a single line. I don't know if we can have perhaps the first map. No? Okay. Unfortunately, so it's difficult to speak about corridors without map. But the initial project was a single line between Mumbai, Dubai, then terrestrial railway line principally between Dubai and Haifa, and then the third leg was maritime between Haifa and Europe, between Marseille, that we privilege, of course. But very soon it happened that having one single track could create potentially a danger, a risk, in case where at any point of the line there would be even an accident. even without speaking about local crises, geopolitical problems, simply technical. You remind that the Suez Canal had been blocked for 3 weeks, and therefore the world trade also, because a ship put and then has blocked the traffic. That's also the case in Beirut, where an explosion has destroyed the port, and if it would have been in Haifa, there would be no IMEC. So we have developed another concept, the concept of alternative, complementary routes, offering to the market several options. So, for example, instead of having Haifa as the only point of access to the Mediterranean, we developed with Egypt the possibility to have Alexandria or Port Said or Damietta, and in Lebanon, Beirut or Tripoli. And so offering several possibilities to the market in order to be more resilient. And even before the war in Iran, we saw that all the initial ports to give access to the Arabic Peninsula from India were all on the Gulf. Abu Dhabi, Dubai with the Jebel Ali, Dammam and Jubail in Saudi Arabia. Those 4 ports were on the Gulf and therefore only accessible through Hormuz. And so we considered that it was a high risk, and we have proposed to Oman to develop their ports of Sohar and Duqm, but also Fujairah. And therefore, the present concept was in anticipation an answer to the blockade of Hormuz, because the idea was from India to Europe to use either the Arabic Gulf, if Hormuz is okay, but also to cross in the middle of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb, where the Houthis are. If the 2 choke points are blocking, you have a route in the middle, giving access to Riyadh and to the Mediterranean, choosing between Haifa, Alexandria, or Beirut, and perhaps one day in Syria, Latakia. And so, in the new concept of corridors, you are absolutely right. The concept of resilience is taking a stronger importance, which is expressed in the tariff by the insurance premium. And today, you may have a route which is longer, perhaps apparently more difficult. If it is safer, it can be cheaper and therefore more competitive.
Speaking of tariffs, Charles-Emmanuel, how big of an impact, does transitioning in different corridors have from a financial perspective?
Does it work? Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. Very honored to be with you today. I will indeed give you my point of view as a banker. Sorry if I'm stating the obvious, but as a banker, we are here to support our customers in the regions where they have projects and contracts. And that's why it's very, very important for us to understand, monitor on a daily basis, I would say, what's happening on the playground. Corridor is really at the heart of where we can support our customers. And the recent events have shown how important this corridor is between Europe and the GCC, how disrupted it can be due to the, again, geopolitical context, and how important it is to protect it and to grow it. At the end of the day, what is important is to focus on this corridor being large enough to accommodate the inbound and outbound flows between the two regions, and to be strong enough to support all these investments which are coming both ways. I think the presence of so many people in the room and at the event is a true testimony of how important the connection between France and GCC, and more broadly between Europe and the GCC is. I'm personally impressed to see how the flows within this corridor have changed over the last 2 decades. If I'm a bit simplistic, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, basically the Gulf was selling oil and gas to Europe, and Europe was selling capital goods, full stop. And when we look at the picture now, the landscape is completely different. There's much more partnership, much more dialogue, and we see projects carried out under the leadership and vision of a new generation of leaders in the Gulf, which are totally different from what you would have seen 20 or 30 years ago. We're talking about data centers, we're talking about AI, we're talking about sport, leisure, entertainment, and so on, which are a new topic, and which actually makes our lives as bankers extremely exciting, because there is a lot to do. And I would say our duty almost as a banker is to make sure we support everyone who wants to work on this corridor, on both ends of the corridor, by assessing the risk and supporting their projects and contracts.
Working on these different aspects of the corridor, the role of maritime and logistics operators in strengthening connectivity, reliability, and efficiency across key trade routes. Paul, would you like to share some insight on the significant transitions that have happened in this?
It's on? Yeah, sorry, and again, thank you for inviting me here. Yeah, I think we should take it in 2 steps. One step is from a consumer perspective, and the other one is from a government perspective. I think if we start with a consumer perspective, I believe that COVID, the pandemic, was where companies realized that yes, logistic is expensive, costs money, but it's much more expensive to lose a business, particularly to a customer. And that's what all retailers realized during COVID, that the ones that did not have resilience and opportunities in the supply chain, they lost the business, and the one who had it was the one who closed the business. So that was what the trigger that everybody started talking about, China +1, they talked about nearshoring, et cetera, in order not to lose the deal. So that's one part. When it comes to sovereignty, and there you can also use the pandemic we had, then of course then supply security is on top of the agenda. And I will imagine that all countries in the Middle East, particularly where I am, Saudi Arabia, this is at the very top of the agenda. Supply security. You need to make sure that the shelves are relatively full in the supermarket, because otherwise you start to get some very different troubles. So these I see as the 2 elements. Now, I think there are 2 things that is very important. Number 1, the cargo will always find its way to the destination. It may take longer, it may be more complex, it may be more expensive, but it will always get there. So that's the number 1, because there are some opinions that, well, then the deal is not done. No, the cargo will arrive. It may come later. It will arrive. All the cargo that had to come into the Gulf over the last 3 months, most of it has arrived. Different routes, more expensive, yes, but it has arrived. So that's the one thing. The other thing which I also believe is that when we are talking about different alternatives, we have to be careful, because there is no other transport than maritime when it becomes cost competitiveness and scale. You would have to build, from the project, you would have to build, 10, 15 tracks side by side to just merely carry what is being moved across to Asia. So the scale of what you can do from a maritime perspective is impressive. That doesn't mean we should not look for other options, but we have to create alternatives which are near cost competitive, because otherwise they will not be used in the end. So again, coming back to the Middle East, I believe that particularly in the case of the Red Sea, there's a situation where you get a hub structure in Saudi Arabia that can support all the adjacent countries. I think that's the direction we're going to go for sheer complexity. And we saw that now, right now, the cargo that would move from Asia directly into Jeddah or to Port Sudan or to Aqaba in Jordan would have gone straight through Bab el-Mandab. Now it goes from Asia, south of Africa, through the Med, through the Suez, down to Jeddah. Longer, yes, but it comes, it moves. So I think these are some of the elements that we have. But as Alexander was saying, resilience is what everybody's talking about. Resilience is what we're all talking about.
I see you nodding, so I think you share the same sentiment, or?
I agree.
Oh, that's okay. That's nothing to add.
More experience than me, so I need to add.
Well, going back on investment and you know the financial aspect. So investment in priorities in ports, shipping and logistics and infrastructures to support long-term trade routes, flows and economic diversification. Is that something that now, as a banker, you're looking at, you know, the different aspects of it or prioritizing it, or?
Yes, definitely so. I would say there are two main aspects to it. First of all, we want to finance the flows themselves, be it on oil and gas, be it soft commodities, be it spare parts, and so on and so on. And the flows have grown constantly and massively over the last decades between Europe and the GCC. We also need to invest, or these countries need to invest massively into infrastructure. This investment has started already a long time ago, needs to be pursued for sure, and as rightly mentioned 5 minutes ago, all the players need to think about new routes, safer routes, efficient routes. And when I say efficient from a logistics standpoint and from a cost standpoint, of course, this will not take place overnight because we are talking about a multi-billion investment. But I have absolutely no doubt as a banker that there will be massive requirements going forward. I would also add that the region, as we are all aware, is very dependent on the price of oil and gas in terms of its budgeting exercise or budgeting forecast. We are finally in a paradoxical situation now where price of oil and gas are high, but these countries will need financing nonetheless. And why that? Because there's been a massive disruption due to the events we all know. And whereas during the last, let's say, 5-10 years, we've seen massive investment flows from the GCC to Europe. In my opinion, in the next 2 or 3 years, we will see a greater use of liquidity from these countries to reconstruct what was destroyed and to invest in these new logistic capacities.
Was there a change, Mr. Mistrale, in the idea of how you would, the cost when you transitioned from the initial plan to the new corridor that you'd proposed? I mean, how much is there? Because you're offering now more options, and those options might not have been the best option in the beginning, but they are options. So how was the investment aspect of it? Or
Of course, it will cost more than initially. Initially, there has been an evaluation made by the Americans of around 500 billion. We have decided not to recheck that because, of course, as I explained, by the way, the substance is changing rapidly. On top of that, we have decided recently during a steering committee of the IMEC with the signatories countries to extend the scope to oil and gas. Initially, we had the goods, we had the green energy, green hydrogen and green power, and digital data. And initially, we had been ignoring oil and gas. But we realized collectively that ignoring oil and gas now, first, would not reduce the CO2 emissions. And secondly, it would be difficult not to integrate the problematics of oil and gas working on the Strait of Hormuz. And therefore, for the Arabic countries producing today oil and gas, the new investment they are considering are pipelines from the eastern countries in Saudi Arabia, from the Emirates, or from Kuwait or Iraq, first to the south, but bypassing the Strait of Hormuz in order to have ports, perhaps in Oman, giving access to the Asian markets. And secondly, also pipelines from the eastern countries to the west, some to the Red Sea, others directly to the Mediterranean. To the Red Sea, it's have to cross from east to west, Saudi Arabia, simply. But later on, you have to go through the Suez Canal. And you have also an alternative more north, having access to Mediterranean, either in Israel, in Lebanon, or in Syria. And for that, you have to cross Jordan, in any case, and also Syria. And the cost of all that, of course, will be higher. And that's the problem. You are absolutely right. In case of peace, total peace, but traffic will go through the Suez Canal. That's the best route. But the present idea of the Gulf countries is to take into account the future risk of a renewal of a war, either in Bab el-Mandeb Strait with the Houthis, or in Hormuz with the Iranians. And it's true that the future investment will not have a high profitability. And so their financing will probably require, I see the map, congratulations, it's coming. This is the new version. Yes, you see that you have, for example, several ports in India, not only one, at the starting point, then several ports after the first maritime leg between India and the Middle East, several ports giving access to the Arabic Peninsula, several ports also in the north to give access to Mediterranean, and even in Europe we have Marseille, but also Trieste and Piraeus. But to come back to your questions, the new investment, the new infrastructures, which would be used when peace will come back, only as a backup, potential backup, will not be very profitable. So they will require state financing, public financing, and subsidies.
Speaking of investment, how do you prioritize your investments in Bahri?
I'll take it on the GCC level because we need to understand a corridor is a fragmented multi-infrastructure and multi-services to be provided. So Paul was talking about the maritime corridor and Mr. Mistrale is talking about the road. But you need to understand that in a fragmented corridor, you have the railways, you have the ports, you have the customs, you have digitalization, you have the truckers. So it's a whole system, ecosystem, in which we need to invest in order for us to be, I come back to the chef d'orchestre place, we have all these musicians and you need to make them work all together. If you look what's happening on the M&A sector, DSV buying Panalpina, buying Schenker, CMA buying Bolloré, buying Siva, MSC buying Bolloré Africa. So all these big players are trying to pick up all these musicians for them to be the leading connecting companies globally. They're investing in ports in Miami, but also they're investing in India. They're investing in Beirut as much as they're investing in Africa. So the connection between all these guys, all these players, makes the corridor. For us on the GCC level, mainly the infrastructure, as you rightly said, is the place to start with. But an infrastructure on its own is still an infrastructure. If there is no one to connect it to a corridor, whatever happens on the quay of the port, that's old school. What's going to happen after the goods go into the end user, that's where the game is being played nowadays.
So if you're a very interesting point, which is the contribution of integrated logistics ecosystems and cross-border partnerships, enhancing regional and global competitiveness. So how do you think this comes into play when it comes to France and other countries? Oh, go ahead.
I think that as Alexander is saying, is that logistics is a very complex thing. It sounds easy, but it's very complex. There are many wheels. There are many wheels on that machine. And we saw some 10, 15 years ago, we saw in regards to all from the IT perspective, that there were also pop-ups in IT and they said, well, we're going to do a digital, and then we can manage everything digital. It, in most cases, was not very successful, and they realized that we cannot avoid dealing with all these practical wheels that is turning around. So now there's a lot of mergers, as again you were mentioned, in the hardware side that we're happening. So where is that Saudi Arabia can, in the case of Saudi Arabia, but I think it's across the Middle East, where we need help is, to help connect all these wheels. Because there are the complexity, whether we're talking about software, we're talking about assistance. There was an earlier panel member who said, well, France, it's a country of engineers, which I believe as well. I think the Germans, they all feel that they are a country of engineers. But France is usually they're able to mix it with fashion and something that is beautiful. So I think they are ahead of the game. But I think this is where there is some partnerships that I would like to see more with. Folk Maritime is a young company. We work very closely with CMA CGM. It's a formidable French company based in Marseille. And they have a lot of, also on the technological side, that we're working with them. But we would also like to see others who can come and help solve these connections that is required in this very complex scenario that logistics is. So I think there's a lot of opportunities there. But French companies are very strong. They're very strong also in Saudi Arabia, and they have the focus on it. So I think there is a lot of activities going on. But this is where I see that from a Saudi or / Middle East perspective, that technology that can help glue it all together, that is something that is really required. And that's where I see many opportunities.
I mean, you are building an ecosystem.
Yes, of course, and the ecosystem is composed, has to be composed not only in physical infrastructures, but also in soft procedures. When you put a container on a ship in Mumbai to Antwerp or Marseille, going through the Suez Canal, it's very simple. It stays on the ship. If you have to use in the middle a terrestrial track by rail, you have several ruptures. And what is important is that at the border there is seamless procedures in order for the container to be to have a very quick transfer from one country to another country and not being stopped at each border. If not, that will kill completely this traffic. So there is a very large ecosystem from, we are trying to connect three continents that they have the willingness to be connected. And by the way, the super coverage of the trade agreement, which has been just signed between India and Europe, is of the utmost importance. Before this agreement and before IMEC, the pace of the growth of the trade between India and Europe was around +6 or 7% per year. So it was already very dynamic, and at this pace, this means a doubling in 10 years. Doubling in 10 years means that all the existing infrastructures will be insufficient in the meantime. So they will have to be reinforced, improved, eventually to invent new routes. That is what we are trying to do. And so you are absolutely right. It is a complete ecosystem, mixing the governments, the companies, the private sector, mixing physical investments and procedures, soft procedures. And so it's not easy because there is a number of countries in the meantime. And in the middle, it's an area, the Middle East, which is not the simplest in the world.
Charles-Emmanuel, is there an appetite for investing in these ecosystems?
Definitely so. Definitely so.
Because these are large investments. I mean, you're talking.
Yes. There are, I would say, two sides of the equation, as I mentioned earlier on. But from a capital perspective, clearly, infrastructure is going to be a massive requirement going forward. When we talk about corridors, we need to think thoroughly about what is at both ends of these corridors. And this is where the infrastructure requirements are. So we're talking ports, airports, more and more railways in the region, probably freight rather than passengers to start with. These projects have to be carried out by the states themselves, either directly under their budget with some sort of financing, or using more sophisticated project financing like PPPs. I know that PPPs is something which is extremely fashionable in the Middle East, but these things take time because it's important to review all the credit, legal, regulatory aspects, and so on. But QNB, as you are probably aware, is the largest bank in the Middle East and Africa by far. And these are clearly the topics that we are extremely happy to discuss with our customers. And if I have one piece of recommendation in that respect, is that to all the people in the room, is that it's important to start this dialogue early with banks. The words strategic partners has been used a lot since this morning. We understand how important it is for an exporter, an importer, or a buyer, a seller, of course, to find a strong arrangement for a contract or a project. But I've seen too many situations where things have dragged because the financial aspects or the banking aspects of these contracts or projects were not taken care of early enough. And this is, in my opinion, where we can play a big role, because the earlier we have these discussions with all the people involved, the better. It is truly important to bear in mind that you don't finance a satellite or a data center or train the same way. These are different sectors with different characteristics, with different requirements. They are banking, I would say, techniques or expertise which are specific to these sectors. And it is our duty as bankers to start the dialogue very early with our customers as to how they should finance these projects. And we're here for that.
So finally, what are the main opportunities for deeper Franco-GCC cooperation and shaping future trade corridors? I'll start with you, Monsieur Mestrallet.
You know, we have, as you mentioned, one of the major shippers in the world, which is CMA CGM. And of course, we are working very closely with CMA CGM, which is present all along the line of the IMEX, starting from India, where they have terminals in some the biggest ports in India. It's the same in the Middle East, where they are present on both sides of the Saudi Arabia and the Gulf, but also in Oman, by the way, and on the western coast of the Red Sea, and also in the ports, in the northern ports on the Red Sea in Egypt, Ain Sokna and Alexandria. And so this is really between the Middle East and Europe. There is a cooperation, and today there will be a cooperation also in the connectivity in energy. It's perhaps not the absolute focus of the discussion. Nevertheless, some exchange discussions have already taken place between the authorities in Saudi Arabia and France on this topic. Initially, previously, the discussions were focusing on how to export green electricity and green hydrogen from Saudi Arabia to Europe, because there will be a need, perhaps not now, but very soon in Europe, for green electricity, green power, under the form of directly electrons or molecules of hydrogen. But now the discussion has been expanded to oil and gas. How to help Saudi Arabia and the Middle East to be prepared to the resilience of their oil and gas system, and in order to be sure to export in any external circumstances. And so there is a room for cooperation between Saudi Arabia, especially, the Minister of Energy, and France.
Oh?
Yeah, I think that where I would like to see more with that field, and then I'm clearly not an expert, and I'm not from the Middle East, but I live in the Middle East. I live in Saudi Arabia. So I think there are a few pointers that is important. Number one, in Saudi Arabia, half of the population in the GCC. So this is the biggest country. There are 35 million, 25 million Saudis. Of those 25 million, 60% are below 30. And they're all well educated, or they're mostly well educated. So there's a very vibrant startup infrastructure or community. There's a lot of second-tier, important but newer company, smaller company. And when I see that on the list here, all the big companies are in Saudi Arabia. They have all the muscles. But one of the things I could see that Business France could do is to try to connect with those companies that sits here. Because this part of the transformation in the Middle East, you will start to see startup like the rest of the world. There's going to be young, new companies coming with new ideas that is looking for partners. I think there France has a lot to offer, and there, they just need to connect and that could be the Business France that could help create that connectivity. That's on the general. It's also on the logistics side, but that's across the board. That there are many, many opportunities. And my sense was that going back some years, that business in the Middle East was for the big companies. All the big companies were in the Middle East. But if you go to the second or the third tier companies who has lots of opportunities, now there is a counterpart in the Middle East that you can deal with. And that, I think, is really interesting that we can drive. We have to look down at the grassroots levels. A lot of things is happening already there.
Alexander?
I join Paul on this intervention that, Saudi is a vibrant market now. It took them like 3-4 years to create the bylaws to protect investors who were reluctant to come to Saudi before. I'm part of the Conseiller de Commerce Externe Français, CCEF, in Saudi Arabia, where we receive lots of small, medium enterprises coming to invest in the country and open new markets for them. If you go from the aerospace business into the hospitality business, let's take the hospitality business and the hotel business, you have 500,000 hotel rooms that's coming into the market before 2030, just to cater for the Expo and cater for the World Cup. That means 500,000 breakfast, lunch, and dinner per day. The expertise of the French in the food industry is always welcomed in Saudi Arabia. You go to the automotive sector, Lucid, Sear, Hyundai now coming, Volvo existing. So lots of verticals are being built in Saudi Arabia. All of them need investors from France and the French expertise to come, digital, AI. We see all over the country, French companies who are coming to invest in the country. Don't be afraid. I'm there since 10 years. We have accompanied lots of PMEs coming into the country. Some of them are succeeding. It takes a little bit of time because you need to get acquainted to the market. But don't hesitate to come. It's a 35 million people growing fast, and the tourism is exploding in Saudi Arabia, whether it's the religious one or the related to exhibitions and the festivals in Saudi. So hopefully we'll see you there.
Emmanuel?
Yes, I fully agree, of course, with what have just been said. I think it's important for the dust to settle from a financial standpoint as well. Of course, the signing of the MOU yesterday evening was or is an excellent news. Now, if you are a European investor, do you want to go tomorrow to your investment committee to suggest a significant investment in infrastructure in the Middle East? You probably prefer to wait a bit to make sure that things stabilize and that the resilience that you're talking about takes place in a safe way. That's why I strongly hope that we will see this resilience coming in the next few weeks and months.
On that positive note, thank you very much. I would like to thank my panelists for a very interesting discussion. I hope you enjoyed it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these insights. And now I'm stepping into the hot seat for a fireside chat. As we know, Saudi Arabia is undergoing one of the most ambitious industrial transformation in the world. As industrial development becomes a key pillar of the vision of 2030, now we are going to discuss this ambition of Saudi Arabia to be a manufacturing hub, and we'll see the results that has been achieved so far ahead of the for the Vision 2030. I'm delighted to invite to the stage Engineer Saleh Sulami, the CEO of National Industrial Development Center. Engineer Saleh, welcome to Paris. مثل ما بنقول بالعربي نورت. Well, let me start by asking you about the recent development that the manufacturing industry has made in the recent year and your preparation for the 2030. How would you describe the current state and the key dynamics of Saudi Arabia's industrial sector today? Yeah, you can just...
First of all, I would like to thank you for having me today and give me this opportunity to talk to such amazing people in this event. And just to start with, Saudi Arabia, when they launched their Vision 2030, there were different pillars to achieve that vision. And the industry was one of those pillars. And in order to be able to achieve what we should achieve, we have developed our national industrial strategy, which been announced back to 2022. So it has now 3 years. At the same time, we have also announced our mining strategy 2 years before that. And also we have announced our investment strategy and also a localization strategy. All those strategies will work together to help Kingdom to achieve their ambition, Vision 2030. So just for example, what was those ambition objectives in terms of contribution of the manufacturing to the GDP will be increased by 4 times, which means moving from around 88 billion US dollar to around 180 billion US dollar, which is around 15% from our national GDP. At the same time, also in order also to be a global player, also we have put high ambition target for the non-oil export products. Saudi Arabia, well known as oil and gas country. At the same time, we have also petrochemical industry, but at the same time, we have focused on other value-add manufacturing to diverse our economy and our industry. So our objective to increase our non-oil export products by 5 times, meaning from 45 billion US dollar back to 2022 to be around 240 billion US dollar by 2035. At the same time, we have to also create good quality job, also bringing the latest technology, because those sectors for the industrial strategy is based on the know-how and technology, advanced manufacturing and technology. There were different sectors that we need to focus. Usually strategy has to focus on certain industry and clusters, mainly in the advanced manufacturing, like automotive industry, aerospace industry, marine industry, also for food processing industry, and specialty chemical industry, and also machine and equipment industry, and also for metal and building material solution as well. So all those sectors, it is 10 sectors out of 12 sectors mentioned in the strategy. But we are national industrial.
That's just leading me for something that's very interesting what you are saying. You are just mentioning so many sectors inside the manufacturing industry itself. So what are the main priorities today? I mean, obviously, it's a large spectrum if we come to the bigger picture. But today, what is the priority and what is like the focus? I mean, up to 2030.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we have to catch up in the manufacturing. That's why we have different sectors. In the beginning, we have listed more than 20 sectors. Then we narrowed down to around 10 sectors. As I mentioned, for the food, for the medicine and medical equipment, machinery and equipment, each one of those sectors, there is also detailed sectors. So we cannot do everything in machine and equipment. 100%. But at the same time, we have to focus on certain equipment that we can build on our capabilities and also our market, and also the MENA market, where we need to have to be a manufacturing hub for this market. So it is 10 sector, our focus today, and those falls under responsibility of National Development Center, where we are acting as a development arm for the ministry, where we have to develop the opportunities, working closely with the expected investors, explaining those opportunities to them, and also linking them with the local investor as well, if there is request to have a local JV. At the same time, we work with the investor from the early beginning, from his journey till he starts his operation.
Absolutely. Bon, being in Vision Golfe, speaking about investment, and speaking about opportunities, that would lead me to ask, if I'm an investor today in France and I'm looking to Saudi Arabia manufacturing hub, and I want to join that hub, so what should I do? How can I come and approach you? So maybe it would be a good thing for the French companies that they are here to hear from you. What is the way?
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's very important because usually the investor has to go through many gates and different government entity. For the manufacturing specific, they start with the Ministry of Investment as usual. They obtain the license. Then they start immediately with us in the NIDC. So we are, I can see the right gate for the investor in the manufacturing to start with, because we are working with the all ecosystem in the kingdom, either government or semi-government or private sector as well. We have the technical expertise, we have the market expertise, we know about the market, supply and demand. We know the regulations and policy, and also the enabler and incentives given by the government for the new investment, and for certain also investment. And also we can build together with the investor their business case and their requirements. And based on that, we work together with them from this beginning of the journey. And we go with them step by step till they start smoothly their operations. Also, if they are facing any difficulties or challenges, which is usually happening everywhere. So we are the right partner to talk with, because we are well engaged with all government sectors in Saudi Arabia. So start with us, and we are here happy to hear any inquiry, any questions, and we can also exchange our contact. So we can visit our website, which you can find all the information and details about our role and how we could help the investors.
Obviously, you've been working very hard since the beginning, maybe, of this vision of 2030 up to now. So what are the tangible results or milestones that you achieved so far that also it's a part of this industrial transformation in the kingdom?
Yeah, the recent result just we received today.
Tell me.
I heard about the IMD ranking.
The breaking news.
Yes, we improved our ranking in the AMD. We were 17th, now we become 13th this year, and 2022 we were 24th, ranked as 24th. Today we are 17th. So we are having very rapid improvement. And this rank, they measure the infrastructure in terms of the technology infrastructure and hardware infrastructure, also the education, the investment, also policy and procedures, and also the job creation. There is so many aspects they are measuring it, and we are, I think, moving very fast towards our goals. And being ranked number 13 is not uneasy, especially we moved just 3 years. We announced our strategy, and today, alhamdulillah, we are 24. Today is 13, expecting to be one of the top 10 soon, inshallah. So this is a result of what we are, the reform happening now in Saudi Arabia. In terms of investments, today we have more than 400 billion Saudi riyal, which is around $160 billion worth of opportunities. And which one is already seen on the ground, around 100 billion Saudi riyal, which is around $30 billion already now moved to the. Soon they will start their operation. They are in different stage of investment. In terms of export, last year we have achieved the highest number of non-oil exports. Also for the job creations and the GDP, we moved from the 180 billion Saudi riyal to around 200 billion Saudi riyal. So we are in the right direction in spite of different challenges happening, but we are committed to achieve what we should to do.
Thank you very much, Engineer Salah, for these insights and for the very valid information that you gave in this fireside chat. We are running off time, unfortunately. Very glad to have you here in Vision Golfe and hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Salah, again. And I just want to mention, if you want to participate in the game, Air France, they have this little box, and we have here someone who will be passing by for you to put your card, and later on you will win maybe a ticket from Air France to travel wherever you want. So please don't hesitate to put your card. Maybe you are the lucky one. So now they will choose. No. Ah, vous allez dire un petit mot, ok.
Assez rapide.
Ah, ok.
Bonjour, mesdames, bonjour, messieurs. Je suis ravie d'être présente à l'occasion de ce Vision Golfe. C'est toujours un plaisir pour Air France de prendre la parole devant un public comme vous qui parcourez le monde et plus particulièrement le Golfe pour permettre le développement de notre business mutuel et connecter la France au monde ou connecter le monde à la France, c'est le métier d'Air France. Donc, je suis ravie aujourd'hui de vous annoncer la reprise de Riyad, 3 fréquences par semaine. Et on devrait reprendre nos autres destinations du Golfe d'ici fin juin. Dubaï le 30 juin, également Tel Aviv et Beyrouth qui vont pouvoir reprendre. Et puis, je voudrais également vous passer comme message avec surtout nous en France, tout ce qu'on a entendu. Air France, KLM, Transavia, le groupe Air France pourra assurer tout son programme cet été sans problème de kérosène. Et ça sera aussi l'occasion d'augmenter nos fréquences. En fait, on a une progression de trafic attendue de plus de 2% en termes d'offres. Et plus particulièrement sur l'Amérique Nord, avec l'ouverture de Las Vegas, une 3e fréquence, et également New York, une 11e fréquence. Voilà, et puis bien sûr l'Asie qui est en grosse progression. Pour les entreprises françaises, on a également un programme de fidélité Bluebees qui permet aux entreprises d'avoir des avantages corporate et accessibles des 5 000 € de dépenses à l'année. Donc n'hésitez pas à venir nous voir sur notre stand. Et on va procéder maintenant au tirage au sort parce que je crois que la vidéo... C'est moi qui tire. Ah mais je ne suis pas innocente.
Was my card. I don't take it. Okay, well, let's do it here. So, there is someone gonna win a ticket right now. I'm mixing.
C'est bon? Allez, c'est la bonne.
Bon. Sumar Mullah from Team Leader Emergency Diesel Generator from EDF.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Eh bien, bravo! Félicitations, vous avez gagné un billet d'avion long courrier sur la destination de votre choix.
Well, our next panel dives into operational realities of engineering product standard alignment of supply chain localization. This panel details how French engineering expertise and advanced factory automation can integrate into newly established industrial cities of the Gulf and maximize the output. Please join me to welcome our panelists with our moderator for this panel, Ms. Sylvia Lambez, Director of Strategic Partnership at the Business Year.
Good afternoon, very distinguished guests. France and the Gulf have worked industrially for decades, but today this relationship is changing. The nature of the relationship is changing. Today the ambition goes beyond the equipment sold, the contract signed, the capital attracted. The real test is what's still there, what's still standing, and what's still growing after the deal is done and the contract is executed. So the question guiding this discussion today is pretty simple. What turns an industrial partnership into lasting capability rather than just another contract and another transaction? To explore that, we're lucky to have a big chunk of the full anatomy of an industrial economy on this stage. From the infrastructure, like the cities, industrial cities, to digital manufacturing and its systems integrations, standards, and secure identity. So let me introduce them. I'll go in order with the pictures. So we have Olivier Maté, CEO of Spare Parts 3D. Their idea is deceivingly simple, because instead of shipping a spare part from the other side of the world and waiting weeks for it to arrive, you print it where you need it. When you do that at scale, you've changed the economics of keeping the industrial and manufacturing system in the Gulf running. We then have Eric Simon. Oh, no, sorry, let's go in order. We have Nasser Al-Khouari, who is the CEO of MBK Global, who helps orchestrate the digital transformation of Qatar's energy sector. Nasser designs the intelligence the intelligence layer on top of the floor that then is built by his colleague Majid, that we'll get to. In fact, let's go with Majid now, CEO of Modon, Saudi Arabia's authority for industrial cities. What to say? 37 cities, over 9,000 factories, and 500,000 jobs. He's not building industrial policy, he's actually building the floor on which it stands on. We then have Christophe Lebrun, EMEA Sales Director at Evolis, who is a world leader in identity and access systems. As industrial cities get more connected, someone has to control who gets access to which door, whether it's physical or digital, and that's Christophe's world. And lastly, we have, yes, I've introduced everybody. I've introduced everybody. So let's now, I'm really sorry. We then have Eric Simon, CEO of APAV International, which is a global leader in testing, inspection, and certification. Few major industrial projects in the Gulf go ahead without APAV being involved in either safety or standards. So I believe we've now introduced everybody. Apologies for that. Here we go. So you can hear, yeah. We are going to start this conversation, kick it off from what has changed. All of you, especially from the French perspective, you will be able to let us know how this partnership and the expectations from the Gulf, your Gulf partners have changed. Of course, the Gulf has gone through turbulent times in recent months. You're welcome to touch on that point. But what I really want to get to is the deeper and structural changes in the expectations from Gulf partners towards French companies. So, Eric, I'd like to start with you because you've seen this market evolve really from up close. Can you share one client request that might have actually surprised you 5 or 10 years ago?
Yeah, hello everyone, with pleasure. So let us talk of the mandatory 10 years construction inspection in Saudi Arabia, known as IDI, Inherent Defect Insurance. So this insurance was introduced in 2020, starting for housing. Then it expanded to commercial buildings, and now is applicable to every large-scale industrial project. And as you said, seeing Saudi Arabia deploy this framework similar to our old French decennial insurance, itself originated from the 1804 Napoleonic Code, in just a few years, shows a tremendous capacity to change. What is this program? What does this regulation target? There are 3 topics. The first one is to support investment and protect buyers. The second one is to increase the attractivity of the country for international investors. And the third one, the most important one for us, is to elevate the quality of construction thanks to mandatory third party. What did it bring to APAV? We are currently 1,300 employees over there, so we grew already. And what did it bring to us? It became concrete. We positioned ourselves on this market back in 2022. Since then, we opened 3 offices throughout the country in Saudi Arabia and employ today 100 technicians and engineers, 95% of them being Saudi citizens. And the journey continues, as we know that neighboring countries like Oman and the V.I.E. they are already contemplating implementing such programs.
And Olivier, you've also been in the region for a few years now. So what's something that Gulf partners are asking you today that they might have not asked 5 years ago?
If I try to summarize in a few words, I would say same agenda, higher stake. Spare parts 3D, we are at the intersection of AI and additive manufacturing. So the key value we bring to our customers is supply chain resilience. So we can have a topic at the moment. The 2 drivers are the sovereignty and the localization. They are not new programs. Sovereignty, we have Tautin in Qatar, Iktiva in Saudi, ICV in the UAE or Oman. But we see now that was a political will, it's becoming an operational need. And we are working much more now into execution rather than planning. And the second one, which is the direct consequences, is the localization. And luckily, additive manufacturing allows to lower the entry barrier of local production. And Spare Parts 3D, we are an enabler, a facilitator of the adoption of such technology.
And Christophe, and another Frenchman, before we hear it from the Gulf side, clients and partners in the Gulf no longer want to just buy the product, right? They want the integration, they want the support, they want the training and the long-term value. So how has this new expectation changed the way that Evolis works in the Gulf?
I'd like to actually bounce back on what you just said about sovereignty. So we are a French company and we do manufacture products, so we do have an expertise. And I think the shift we've seen is mostly that we went from selling a product and then we completely changed the way we do engage the clients. So now it's no longer just selling a product, it's enabling a client to operate critical functions on its own with full control. So that's a major shift because we go from product to capabilities. So doing so, we keep internally our expertise. In our field, it is somewhat important because the volume of product that we do manufacture is not big enough that it could be, justifications to outsource that production somewhere else. So we keep our own expertise in the company, but then we are at the same time responding to a request related to functional sovereignty. This is, becoming more and more important. So concretely, it means, like as you said, dealing with local integrators, having local software development. We're talking also about local spare parts, responsiveness. And there's something that is quite important that maybe we'll touch later on, is the data. Where are the data located? And this is more like an operational sovereignty. So this part of the data is also very important as well. So yeah, major shift from providing a product to enabling autonomy for critical operations.
Now, since we're talking about what Gulf partners expect from an international partner, we have to hear it from the Gulf. And I wanted to actually go to Majid, bring you in here. First of all, do you agree with what your peers have said? And what is an expectation that you have today from an international partner that you didn't have 5 or 10 years ago?
Thank you for this round table where we have a constructive dialogues. It's very important to understand each other. Today, we in the Gulf region, especially in Saudi Arabia, we don't see ourselves only to buy products or be a market to sell product of any international companies. We are looking for a real partnership, long-term partnership with international company where they come, where they transfer the knowledge, the know-how, depend on the local talent and the local supply chain, where we can support the SMEs. Why it's very important? Because today, the strategy that we built in Saudi Arabia is depend on the resilience of productions. And with what happened decades ago, it was a place to have a contract, to win a contract, and to supply a product and have certain representation for commercial purposes. But today, the people, they have a resilience and they have local manufacturing. They do better in winning the contract with the governments and with the private sectors, especially with the local content program. It's very ambitious to localize the production and not looking for only high-level percentage. We cracking the supply chain. We go to the element of each testing, for example. We want to have a testing lab in Saudi Arabia because this will increase the productivity and increase the competitiveness of the price to be able to export outside. Today, we consider the local market, Saudi market, is not only Saudi market. It's not only 35 million population. It's the region. Because the location of Saudi Arabia, the stability in the policy, the ambitions of the leadership there, it can enable international companies to come, have a base where they can export their services to Asia and South of Asia and Africa, where we can have the sober region. We today looking for a long-term partnership. We are looking for people they trust, Saudis, and they can work with us hand by hand to develop the country.
So we're clearly talking about, as Majid just put it in his own words, looking for long-term value. So this also means building capabilities and building capabilities that last. So not just do the job and then go. You need something that, as I said in my opening questions, after 10 years is still there and it's still growing and it's still bringing value in the country. So I want to bring Nasser in on here. If you had to bet on a venture between France and the Gulf, what would it look like? For it to actually, be sustainably building those capabilities that last, of course.
If I really had to make this choice, it will not be just one factory or one product or one technology. For me, Really, it is more to create an industrial platform. I call it industrial innovation platform, or like an ecosystem around this product or around this technology. Here we combine, of course, the French energy excellence, which is, we have here in France, and in Gulf, of course, we have the scale-up. In the Gulf also, we have the long-term investment capacity. So this is together, will be a great venture to have in the Gulf. So from my perspective, really, this venture has to focus on three things. One of them is the advanced manufacturing. The way I see it now, advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence is very important, is becoming very strong in our region, and the development there is very, very, very huge. And also sustainable energy solutions. This is another area that I will look into from my perspective. So why these three areas? Because now every industry today is being transformed by digital transformation, by digital technologies, and the demand for cleaner energy is everywhere also. You find it in all the region. And also the need for more resilient and localized supply chain. So this venture is, to make this venture different, it's not just, to, as you said, to bring a product, it's to build capabilities, to help in R&D, to bring R&D to our region, to co-create intellectual properties. From these technologies, together with our partners, we co-create IPs that we can export globally. And really, I echo Majid in his comment. We are not just looking for a product or technology. We are looking for something more than that. It's not that you come up with just your suit and you present to us and then you get the job. No, it's really, this is maybe done 20, 30 years ago. Now we are looking for more than that. We are looking for ecosystem around, what we are doing, so that something will help, localization will help talent, create talents, bring talents to our region. We are very open to bring talents, and even like in Qatar, just one example, we have Invest Qatar. And this is also good maybe for some of the French company to know that they are really funding to bring talents. If you have like something that you want to do in Qatar and you go through the process and you get approved, even funding up to 45% from your OPEX and CAPEX will be funded from Invest Qatar. So, and really I encourage French companies to visit Invest Qatar website, where there is a lot of facilities that they provide for talents, for companies around the globe, which is really the main thing of it is really keeping technologies, helping local companies to even produce intellectual properties in Qatar. So it's really more than that, just coming and selling products.
Mm. And so, Eric, if this hypothetical venture that Nasser has just discussed was to actually exist, there's a good chance that APAV would be involved in inspection, in testing, etc. So, from your vantage point, where do you think, is there a gap, let's say, between the ambition, the industrial ambition in the Gulf, and the actual delivery at scale of a project?
Yeah. So the Gulf has everything, I would say, almost everything. Gulf has a vision, as advanced technologies, as of course the financial capacity. However, transforming mega project, would it be nuclear, would it be infrastructure, would it be aerospace project in genuine, true operational sovereignty, I guess the Gulf needs to work on grow some pillars, 2 pillars. The first pillar would be to have a benefit from an agile standardization. It means develop the current regulation framework, align it with international standards, of course, tailor it to regional specificities. Doing so would guarantee for industrial company over there better safety, durability, of course, and become a competitive advantage. The second pillar would be how to reach the critical mass of technicians, engineers, inspectors, talking of my world, and a maintenance team to be able to embed, how could I say that, an asset integrity daily DNA in the factories. To say it in other words, it's a continuous transition from imported construction workforce to local, permanent, skilled workforce in the Gulf. And it would doing so, it would secure, I believe, the investment and stabilize the ecosystem on the long run.
Well, Majid, Eric has just described what is missing. Would you agree? And what is needed to if yes, to fill this gap?
Well, he's right in what Eric mentioned. It's right. This is the 2 major pillars: is the standard and reputation and the brand of the local manufacturing. It's very important. However, now with Saudi made the program that Saudi products, for example, it's have a well-known worldwide and being trusted in over the region and the country and other countries, where sometimes a lot of product going to the north of border like Iraq and Syria and even in GCC is coming from Saudi because they trust the brand and they trust the quality from Saudi Drugs and Food Authority and SASO, Saudi Standard Authority. However, in the talent, we today in Saudi Arabia, we have very ambitious plan for the talent development for the engineers, technicians, and researcher entrepreneurs. And we have a great generation today. They work and develop a lot of stuff that maybe in our generation we don't see it. But today we can see it in the field and the local manufacturing. We have an example, international company, it's an American company. Their operation director is a female, Saudi female, worked more than 18 years in this factory. So this is tell you how Saudi are committed. However, it's a long journey. It's need to trust. The international company, when they come, they need to trust the local people, the local employees, engineers, and they give them the training, the right training, and the right transformation, where they can co-op and do the necessary jobs. However, we have a lot of programs to support these initiatives, and also we have a program to invite the entrepreneurs to come and do business in Saudi Arabia, as my colleagues Nasser mentioned, to can start and take the support and subsidize from the government to start the new business in Saudi Arabia. And it's a great milestone because this is where we can create the community. This is where you can create the international community where GCC can contribute for the welfare of the region due to the political and influence, and also the fund that Saudi Arabia always contribute to different worlds.
Very, very quick follow-up, Majid, very briefly. What does a partnership that actually creates this lasting capability and lasting value look like compared to one that is, let's say, a mere execution of a contract?
You mean?
Something that a partnership that creates those capabilities does differently from one that is just a contract?
Yeah, it's for example now in the local content program, any product produced or any product we want to sell it to any government project need to be localized. And they don't look to the high level, they look to the supply chain of it. Therefore, we have a local content authority where they can localize and support in localization of any manufacturers. We have very good example. One of the oil gas company, they were doing the wellhead. They would do it in somewhere in Europe, and it's taken not less than 2 months to come to Saudi Arabia. So if you have any rupture in the wells, you need to wait for 2 months for this well to come and redo the operation. And this is a lot of money, is wasting. So what happened? There is existing facility where they bring this technology, localize it, and start doing the production in Denmark. Within 3 years, this operation start being a standalone company, a standalone factory, and start export product. The wellhead is being exported to other countries.
Made in Saudi, and
made
exporting
in Saudi.
to the
And this is the last thing of the capability and localization that we talk about.
Of course, and well, we've talked about the value that a French partner can bring to the Gulf, no, with these new expectations and new expectations from international partners. But also, this is something when we talk about what one brings to the other. The question is usually, what does France bring to the Gulf? But today, I want to flip that, and I want to ask, what does the Gulf today, with the sophistication that it has achieved, with the speed on the ground and with the policies, what does the Gulf and doing business in the Gulf and with the Gulf bring to French companies? Now, I want to start with Nasser first before I move to the Frenchmen. So, Nasser, what do they bring today that they might have not brought some time ago?
Really, the way I see it, in the Gulf, we have most of our countries, we have a long-term strategy. Here you're talking, like if you talk about Qatar, we have Qatar National Vision 2030. Saudi Arabia, they have their National Vision 2030. And you're talking more than, in Qatar, it's like more than 15 years, Saudi Arabia, same. And so we have a long-term strategy. This has really given us the ability to be patient and to be also to find the right investment and find also the funding for this initiative, strategic initiative that we have in our long-term strategy. Secondly, that also execute at scale. You know, we have seen huge infrastructure projects, energy projects. When you talk about like Aramco, they have maybe a lot of the biggest projects in energy. You talk about Qatar, we are the biggest LNG exporter, and also in a few years Qatar will be the biggest LNG exporter in the whole world. So ability to scale, this is another thing that really we can bring to the question. Other thing, willingness to adopt and deploy new technologies. You know, we are very open when it comes to the new technologies. We like to really see new technologies coming to our region, test these technologies, help to scale up these technologies. So this is another thing that we can bring. Also, access to real-world industrial environment where a new technology can be tested. This is another area, you know, that we can really bring to the companies. And what for me is the most important is ambition. It's ambition. We have a lot of ambition really to develop the region, develop our countries. So we are not just looking for simply to buy a technology. Really, we are looking to co-create industries together. So we want to co-create, develop talent, build, as I said, intellectual properties together. and create a globally competitive ecosystems for us and for the whole world.
Very quotable what you just said. You want to co-create technology. Beautiful. But now let's, I think we should hear from the French companies themselves, you know, how being in the Gulf has boosted them or aided them. So Christophe, let's get to you. When it comes to identity and access solutions, this fast pace of adoption, the Gulf as a testing ground, how has it helped your business in this?
Well, I think I'm going to echo some of the things that Nasser just said. So if you look at the differences between the Gulf and Europe, I'm just going to maybe, you know, bring it, not necessarily just France, but Europe as a whole.
It's the best example, probably, if you feel.
So in terms of adoption, I think there's something related to the Gulf being more execution-oriented. So they're more execution-driven. So more likely they would deploy first and optimize later. And Nasser insisted on the fact that there's this scale that is considered at the very early stage of the project. That's definitely something we see. It's like in the Gulf countries, they actually start early on with really large projects. And you know, that might be a little difference versus what we see. One thing I think that is really a big difference is the kind of the legit or the legacy constraints. This is how I'd call it, legacy constraint. By that I mean infrastructure is really new somehow in the Gulf area. So when they have to develop or deploy something, they have
you don't have to get rid of the whole
somewhat little to integrate versus what's already existing.
Yeah.
So now if I try to compare this with Europe, I'd say in Europe we are more gradual in the way we approach the project. So we are more like step by step. Let's do a little pilot, and then once we've proven that is working, we go forward. So we're more validation oriented somehow. So I would see that as a difference in the term of adoption. And something that is probably also specific to us is we are quite regulated. So being quite regulated also
But that can be a double-edged sword, though.
Yeah, it is part of what we are. So that would be differences in terms of adoption. So we may look a little slower in the way we do things, but I don't think there is one that's really ahead of the other. I think we're just, you know, having our different ways to approach it. So yeah, that's how I would compare somehow adoptions and deployment in the way we've moved into this area of the world. So what it brings, as your question, is like when we value that and we bring it into the company, that really helps us to develop internally our own resources to be able to, you know, understand and cope with that situation.
So it's mainly the point that Nasser was saying about the Gulf as a testing ground almost, to then scale your technology or your offering.
Yeah, it requires us to be more agile and look at things slightly differently and stop thinking like the way we do in Europe is just the way it should be done. There's just other ways to do it, and they're just as valid.
Yeah. And Olivier, from your vantage point, you recently, about 5 years ago, entered Qatar through your partners at MBK and through Qatar Energy. How has the Gulf boosted or helped you in your operations and your products?
In fact, I will probably echo a couple of things that have been said. The first one, we are a software company and we are very simple people, so we came to sell a software, a product. And very quickly, our customers told us, no, we don't care about the product, we care about the value. How do you ensure we are capable to capture the value? And so we had to adapt our offer and be more inclusive and make sure that our customers were capable to extract the value that we had in mind. And so that's been really helping us to increase our capabilities and the value we are creating. The second one has been mentioned a couple of times, also the size of the project. We were exposed to challenges 10 times bigger in terms of data of what we were managing before. And that requires us to accelerate our technology, improve our automation in terms of digestion of data and processing. And I think it's really helped us to improve in terms of the quality of our solutions and the quality of the delivery. And I don't say that to be polite. We are exporting this adoption now to Brazil, for example, or to other countries, thanks to the progress that we have been forced to a certain extent, to deliver in the Middle East. And I do believe that if you want to drive innovation, you need to have high expectation. And we are lucky that in the Middle East, our customers are having very high expectation. And my job as an agile company is to make sure we develop the technology to match that expectation. And to come back between the product and the service, this is the reason why we opened first an office in Qatar, and now we are in partnership and joint venture with MBK Global to be able to localize our added value and make sure it's sustainable in the long term. As a small company, we go by one by one. So Qatar has been defined a few years ago as a strategic priority for SP3D. What MBK Global bring us today is what you mentioned, Nasser, is the ambition. Now, thanks to your support and your ambition, we are working at the national level. We have developed this initiative, Sumud, with the context to be able to support not only the blockade and cash preservation, but also the restarts in a couple of days or a couple of weeks, inshallah, where supply chain will be an issue. And I think thanks for that, because you help us really to dream better and to execute better to match that vision.
If you allow me, also I can add because been working with some time with Oliver, and really before even we signed the agreement with Oliver, we explained to him that we are not just you don't come here just and you deal with us like an agent or middleman or something. No, it's more than that. We have to work together. We have to have a real partnership. So Oliver now, when he comes to our office. It's like his office. So we have we arrange meetings together. We go together. He has some people already in our office in Qatar. They are like our employees, and we go to universities together. We have met so many universities in Qatar to help, also when it comes to R&D or some introduce technologies to our universities. And one thing also that we offer to our universities, that we can take students for internship period, that they can work with us, they can work with SP3D, they can work with our partners, or even fresh graduate, we can take and recruit to work, in these partnerships to get experience, to know the market. So this is exactly what we are doing with the SP3D. It's a live experience.
Right. And now I think this, at least to me, is the juiciest part of the conversation and the last part of the conversation before we take a couple of questions from the audience later. So this is about the competition of France versus the world. The Gulf has no, especially now with everything we've discussed, the speed and everything we discussed, it has no shortage of partners, from the whole integrated model of China to the UK with the new FTA and the new trade ties, the US, of course, etc. So what does France bring, or that other countries, especially the ones I mentioned, don't? So what is France's competitive advantage? Let's start from the Gulf voices first, since you're here.
From my views, I think France, always they bring excellence in engineering. This has been there for a long time and continue to be. So this is one area, is really engineering excellence, industrial depth. This is another thing that France can bring, to our region. And partnership mindset. We have seen this. I'll give you, if you want, I can give you an example of Total Energies. Total Energies in the region been for a long time, and they are our partners. Because of Total, we have created great JVs. Qatar Petrochemical Company, Capco. It's a great, one of the greatest JV we have in Qatar, the petrochemical, because of Total Energy, because of this partnership. So they come with a great mindset for partnership. This is something I have noticed in the French companies. Now they have also with North Oil Company in Qatar. I'm sure also in other GCC countries, Total Energy, they have very success stories. And also other companies, Schneider, you know, they help us in building our electricity network. And we are there with us now for a long, long time. And they're doing a great job in partnership with us in Qatar and in the region. So this mindset, I think, it's really differentiate a lot.
Majid, would you echo his comments?
Maybe I will just flip the question is, we are looking for, we are open to the entire world. So any company from anywhere, they are welcome to do business in Saudi Arabia or in the GCC. We are looking for those people are looking for localization, support local economy, support the ecosystem, willingness to transfer the knowledge and the know-how to the region. Those will be having a red carpet in their treatment and contract and partnership with the GCC and especially in Saudi Arabia. And we can see this with a couple of companies. They are now doing great business. French companies are doing great business in Saudi Arabia. However, the competition is very high. We have a lot of growth from Asia, India, China, State, and other countries in Europe. Therefore, I think such dialogues, it's helping the business to understand, the business community to understand each other and how we can go forward. The important thing is that, which is the beauty part today in Saudi Arabia and the industrial sector, we are very dynamic to adapt for any requirement from the clients. With one ring, you can call a minister or vice minister if you have any issues. Yes, maybe it's not healthy, but this is how fast we are supporting the international company to do business in Saudi Arabia.
It's the willingness, the prime example of the deliberate willingness to forge these partnerships. But from the French side, I don't want to ask the same questions because it's easy to self-praise. You know? It's easy to praise oneself. And I want to actually ask, where is the shortage? Where is France coming short, maybe, or where do you need to improve your global competitiveness for France to stay a partner of choice for the Gulf? Let's start from Olivier and then Eric.
Speaking for France, I'm a bit more humble. I'm a startup. We are 15 employees. But this question for us is a strategic, is a survival question. What do I bring more that you cannot find with a larger company or larger software or larger service company? We try to bring excellence. I think that's the must-have, especially if we are in a strategic or asset like we are, safety and quality or a priority, and we keep that in mind as our strategy or as a priority to deliver. Agility, we need to bring agility, and I think the engineering education that we have in France is a great setup for mechanical, but today for AI, where we have very bright mind coming out of our university, and we need to bring this agility and combine it with the scaling power that you have in the Middle East. And the last one, I think, is accountability. You mentioned it. You don't care about the PO, you care of me setting up an ecosystem, a service, and we all know that nothing is perfect. Sometimes it will go wrong, and at this time you want me to be there and be able to answer and correct and take ownership of that. And as per part 3D, this is part of the value that I'm sharing with the employee and make sure we are delivering that to our customer.
Eric, very briefly.
I'm quite aligned with my colleagues. Nasser just mentioned that France is strong in engineering, true, but I guess we should progress and less sell only technical excellence and sell more package solution, embedding the technology, of course, support to operation, and again, transfer of skills. And working on that, to give you an example, every bid should include an ICV, in-country value, component to make sure the transfer of skills will be done. So I would insist of that, and I think a French company should join to be able to offer this package.
Christophe, you want to add a couple of words on what France
I can
needs
see
to
the
do?
time is flying by, so yeah, most of the things I think have been said, but yeah, I think there's a very a cultural aspect of France that is really different from our competitors, and I'm speaking mostly from where I stand. My competitors are mostly Americans and Asians, and I can clearly see that they've not yet understood to be open to listening to others and still want to go by, I have either the best product or the cheapest product, and we don't navigate that road anymore. We are way more listening to what people are expecting, and we adjust ourselves. In addition to everything that's already been said.
You allow me also one more thing that also French can bring, which is a great football team like PSG, which is, you know, with the Qatari investment. With Qatari investment, it's a great success. It is a great success that we can see, which is the PSG winning the UEFA Champions League two in a row, which is a great thing for France.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you very much. I wanted to ask if we have time for one question from the audience, because the timer here says that we don't, but I must have taken the time wrong, so we don't have time. But thank you very much for all of our panelists.
Thank you so much.
If we can take a picture together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We didn't manage with the audience.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Merci. Encore.
Merci.
Thank you so
Sorry,
much.
Eric, again.
No, it's okay.
Very much for these insights. And before we move to our final session, I would like to take a brief moment to recognize the valuable contribution of King Saud University on one of the kingdom's leading academic institutions. Under the leadership of Professor Ali Masamli, the university continues to play a pivotal role advancing education, research, innovation, and the talent development, helping to shape the Saudi Arabia next generation and leaders of innovators under the Saudi Vision 2030. And now, through every conversation that we had today, from AI, quantum space, massive factories, one fundamental reality remains clear. None of this is achievable without a human talent. And our final panel for this day one tackles the ultimate foundation of the economic transformation, the human capital agenda, examining how world-class academic institution and corporate learning program are collaborating to train the workforce of tomorrow. Please welcome to the stage our panelists for this education panel, and our moderator, Mr. Lionel Rabin, founder of Managing Director of Haltika, Bridging Energies. Lionel, the floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? No? So I'd like to welcome the panelists for the last panel of the day. So Professor Neo, welcome. Nathalie, good afternoon and welcome. And I'm assuming, because we haven't met before, well, you're Mark. Okay, nice to meet you. And Thierry, nice to meet you. Just literally meeting now, so it's all happening live. Please choose the seat you want. We're missing one panelist, I think, and very good. So welcome to the Human Capital Development panel, the last panel of the day. So thank you very much for staying in the room for that, and thank you to my fellow panelists to join. We're just the last 45 minutes of discussion before we close the day. We've heard many discussions before our panel, so feel free to build on what you've heard today as well. And that will be quite interesting. That's the privilege of being the last one to sit on the stage. I'm Lionel Robin. I founded and I manage an independent consultancy company based in the Sultanate of Oman now. And I want to believe that I've been in the Gulf as a Gulf state resident in many different countries of the Gulf for 22 years. And I had the chance to live in Saudi, in UAE, in Bahrain, Qatar, and now Oman. And what I've done since I founded that company is actually bridging all forms of energies between France and the Gulf states. And I think one of the critical issues that I've come across advising investors and so on is the human capital and how fast we can develop it. So I think that's going to be the thread of our discussion today. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce our fellow panelists. So I'll start with you, Professor Nyo. You represent KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. You are our GCC state-originated institution on the panel, so thank you for that. You have, and I will give you an opportunity to introduce you a little bit more in details. To your left, we have Mark Chiesa. And Mark, you are from CGX or CGX Aero. So thank you very much, and we'll probably dive a little bit when in the conversation we'll start getting into the frontier technology, the deep technology, and so on. Then we'll certainly drill a little bit on your experience and challenges that you've come across. To your left, we have Nathalie Braz, and welcome, Nathalie, on stage. You represent Sorbonne University, prominent French university, who's probably the French longest-standing university in the States for probably, if I'm not mistaken, 20 years in Abu Dhabi. So thank you very much for that. You are a legal expert as well in data protection and a few other specialties. To your left, at the end of the panel, we have Thierry Cloutet, representing Airbus. Probably no need to present Airbus, but what is interesting in having Airbus as an operator or manufacturer who is more than well known in the area, because most of the carriers of this region use your aircraft, so that must mean something.
Not enough, but...
Right. And so we'll be probably getting your input into many aspects of what is needed in terms of human capital all the way through the value chain. So thank you very much for that. And I'll let Professor Nyo, if you want to say a few words about what you do at KAUST until I fire up my tablet. So I can start with the first question.
Thank you very much, Leonard. I just wanted to say thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here and to participate along in this panel along with my peers, distinguished peers, I should say. At KAUST, I'm Vice President of Academic Affairs. I'm also Dean of the Computer, Electrical and Mathematical Sciences and Engineering Division. I'm a mechanical engineer and applied mathematician by background, and before KAUST, I spent 20 years at Johns Hopkins University and 5 years at Duke.
Okay, thank you very much. Mark, if you want to say a few more words?
Yeah, thank you so much. So you mentioned you were based in Oman. So this is one of the countries we've been working for quite a lot in this area, but not only. So we are a very focus-oriented company dedicated to flight trajectory. and airspace restructuration. And we have been providing quite a lot of trajectories in this world, flown by Airbus. We used to do it a lot, but what kind of aircraft is it? Could be Boeing also, so no offense, but this is a real story. And theme of this panel is human capital, and I think we can elaborate on that later on. But this is very essential because we have spoken about AI, a lot of stuff. And one of the things I want to also to bounce after the previous panel is this knowledge transfer, which is essential, and it's a long, I would say, process in our domain, where you need to be trained a long time, you need to get on-the-job training, and you need to be assisted.
Okay, that's excellent level of details, because we'll build on that when we start exploring the deep skills, the deep tech skills that are needed. Thank you very much. Nathalie, I'll leave you the mic to fill with more details.
Thank you. So, as you said, I'm a law professor, basically, and I'm currently the Chancellor of Sorbonne University Abu Dhabi. And it's quite interesting because we are making the link between all the panelists. We are, as you said, quite old university for the Gulf. Sorbonne University launched the first program in 2006. So it's quite innovative. It was quite innovative at that time. Now we change the format of the university. We are more research-led university, and not only at the level of the training for the students. And we want to be the hub of the international student in Abu Dhabi. And we are very pleased to work with our fellow colleagues, not only Coast on Ocean. We are launching a partnership with Coast, but with all the other universities in the GCC.
Okay, thank you very much. Jerry, a little bit more about your experience and related to the Middle East?
So I'm Thierry, based in Dubai. I'm in charge of the business growth of Airbus for the region Africa and Middle East. We have roughly 3,000 people in the region, with more than 600 direct employees in the Middle East. What means our willingness to be in the region to stand alongside our customers and to have a long-term investment with them. I will explain later, far beyond delivering aircraft and delivering services. So it's really a strategy to be based in the country, and my role is to see how we could maximize the presence and the impact of Airbus, to develop the strategy to open more opportunities for all our three divisions: commercial aircraft, helicopters, defense and space.
Okay, excellent. Okay, just one comment. I'm surprised, Mark, that we have Oman in common, and we have yet to meet in Oman. So it'll happen probably sooner than later. I'd like to start exploring. I mean, one of the common thread over this discussion is the GCC has demonstrated very high keenness on technology, deep tech, all sort of new developments. They have the ability of raising capital very quickly in comparison to other geographic areas that have been working in the world. And yet they have to build the skills, because they cannot acquire it. If you want to anchor the skills in each and every countries in the GCC, you'll have to develop it and build it rather than acquiring it. I'd like to start with you, Professor Omar, and I'll probably test some of you also on that very same topic, is what it is that would be needed from your perspective, your prominent central driver of Saudi Arabia, in particular the Vision 2030, soon to probably become 2040 and so on. What it is that you think as an in-region institution you need from French partners, whatever the profile there might be, industry or other institution, to accelerate the building of that pool of talent?
That's a very good question, and maybe I can start with a very brief introduction of how our context is changing. And the context is essentially what we're increasingly being asked by on one hand, government, and on the other, corporations, big and medium size, what it is that they want us to deliver. More and more, the ask is for an integrated product, where research is being integrated with capacity building and development, and is also being integrated with innovation. So most of our large initiatives, I just wanted to bring that context, are really built on this tripod, and this tripod is really designed to accelerate impact. At the same time, to respond to these needs, our internal context as a university is also evolving in order to meet these challenges. Initially, we built a strong foundation for research excellence. Right now, we're focusing on evolving the institution from one that just placed all emphasis on research excellence to becoming more mission-led. Mission-led means a tighter integration with the sectors that define individual challenges, that bring all of these elements together. And at the same time, they are the ones that are validating the needs, or insisting on research being developed into higher readiness, whether it's technology readiness or manufacturing readiness or deployment readiness, and essentially validating that if the university builds it, then essentially they would come. All of this is being done in a context where, from importantly, the customer, the student side, the demand is also shifting, whereas we see a flat or moderately increasing demand for the traditional diplomas and degrees. More and more, there is an increasingly, I would say, exponentially increasing demand for specializations, the type of targeted micro-credentials that are there to be taken immediately to impact. So with these, I mean, all of these are going to be increasingly important. As far as your question on partnerships, they are going to be instrumental for KAUST to be able to deliver on that mission and to deliver on these challenges at scale and at pace. So for us, we are seeking partnerships with prominent institutions overseas, that are not only able to help us with our education mission, but also with our research and innovation mission. So initially, whereas in previous years we would be looking at making programmatic links, right now we're looking at making links both with programmatic elements, with research that are bringing key capabilities, expertise, and sometimes infrastructure to our gap areas, and lastly, trying to link innovation ecosystems together. Long answer, but I hope that I addressed the question.
That's what we're looking for, a detailed answer. So I'd like to flip the same question to Nathalie. You know, from the French institution perspective, you have a very long history as a knowledge institution in France. But I really sincerely do not know how old is Sorbonne, but it's a prominent French Western university. You know the demand. You know the demand on the west side of the world. You know the demand. I have been in Abu Dhabi for 20 years. Now, how do you see that? What's missing? What's the gaps that needs to be filled and that Sorbonne can bring in?
First of all, yes, we have 700 years of heritage and legacy. So yes, we are very old women. But the new Sorbonne, I would say, is not only the humanities, and this is something that I want to underline, because all the time when we think about Sorbonne, we think about the humanities, basically, art and humanities. But currently, Sorbonne is also the former science university of Pierre and Marie Curie. And we have a lot of very excellent lab in all the different fields of innovation. That was the reason I was in Vivatech this morning, because in fact we have a lot of AI-oriented, and not only AI, but applicative lab, even in Abu Dhabi. So currently, the partnership is not only to deliver training on some excellent program that we have in France, that we are able to do it, but that was we were doing it during 20 years. Now, I think the country is expecting something else. And we are not only French, we are French and UAE university. And this binationality, I would say, bring us in the same time the legacy of the former institution and excellent institution, but also the vision of the country and of the leaders of this country. So they are expecting that this institution could bring the agility and the excellence, but in a way, like if we are in the Golfe, the lab of the Sorbonne in Paris. So they are researching for us the agility of being able to adapt our program, to propose new research program, to propose new partnership, a new mindset, I would say, in research. In France, everything is more complex because it's a very big institution. There, we are tiny. Even we are a big one for the region. We are tiny at the level of Sorbonne. So we can build, I would say, partnership with companies to develop some chair, to develop some PhD programs specifically for some different subjects, from topics that are expecting from the company and the market. So we are able to adapt to the job market first and to adapt for the need of the different companies. I would say that we are like an external lab, an external R&D department for all the companies. Of course, the French one are more keen to come to us, but not only. And we are able to develop some very specific research program based on the needs of the different partners that we are developing currently. And I would just add a last point, if I may, is that during this time we evolve as well, and we train some students who want to be part of this new future of innovation in the country. And that's the reason we launched with the SKY, the laboratory in AI that we have in Sorbonne Center for Artificial Intelligence. We launched an incubator for the smallest startup that we can have from our students to the market. Because in Abu Dhabi, you have a lot of incubators, but for scale-up, not for very tiny startup. So the idea is to complete this link between the lab, I would say, to the market, and being this element, the intermediate between the university and the job market. So that is what we are able to bring, this duality between the old French and the legacy of the excellence of the French institution and the vision of the Gulf countries and specifically the UAE.
Okay. I'd like just to add one more thing, one more angle on that is, how do you see the balance between creating new faculty, per se, in Abu Dhabi? Because you've been here for 20 years. It's a generation. You might have alumni of Sorbonne Abu Dhabi being Emirati or other nationalities. So how do you balance that versus maybe rotating French staff from Sorbonne France to it?
That's a tricky question. Just to mention the alumni that we have, the population of our students has evolved during the time. At the beginning, it was mainly French people. After, it was mainly UAE citizen, and now we are targeting a 50-50, 50% UAE citizen, 50% international student, and we are very proud to host more than 80 nationalities within the campus. So it's properly not a French UAE university, it's an international campus where we deliver French degree within the UAE, I would say, experience. So that is the first point. The second, at the beginning, you're right, it was only French faculties who went in mission, and they were teaching for 15 days, and they went back to the UAE, which is not exactly the meaning of a partnership. That could be the meaning of holidays, maybe, but not partnership and not being involved with the students to bring them for the competencies and the skills that they have, they need to have for going in the market. So that's the reason during the last 5 years we grew a lot the number of our resident faculty, and now we are, even we are still French, and you can get it with my accent, we are there for more time. We are there for 3 to 5 years. So the faculties who are residents are more involved in the campus, and they are able to be closer to the students, to develop a proper campus experience, not just a rotation like that. So we are absolutely a proper university installed in the landscape, very involved in the ecosystem of research, very involved in the ecosystem of culture. All the time I say we are the best of the two worlds, because we are a very French university in the degree, but we are also a very UAE institution like NYU, like Khalifa University, with a lot of, with a very important experience on the student experience, so a very huge impact on student experience with the cultural offer that we can bring, with the partnership with the ecosystem and the market there. So we are properly there, even we are a French institution. I think that is the meaning of the partnership.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's an excellent start, because we started with the academia. That's where people get skills. Later on, we'll talk about how you reskill, how you make it more permanent, how you maintain those skills, and so on. So we're going to move into the technologies. Of course, Mark and Thierry, I'll pick on your as much of your brain as your experience. We said that, of course, we now know that the region is growing, and in both your respective segment of industries, I mean, there's a clear development. We've been through interesting time over the last months, but we're back and into acceleration again. There is that gap still identified between, transferring technology is one thing, transferring skills and knowledge is another one. So beyond just the knowledge institution, I'll start probably with you, Mark, is in your particular segment of industry, and that's quite technical, that's quite high tech, what's your plan to fill that gap and, in fact, build the skills in the region so it can last for the longer term?
Very interesting point, making the bridge between what was said before. First of all, this interesting time, as you mentioned, just reveal one thing. When you are based on, I would say, very high-tech navigation systems, those systems can be jammed, and you can get spoofing, and you can get a lot of things that cannot work anymore, till an extent where you have to close the airspace, basically. So no fly like we used to know during the COVID. So to extent the basics, and I would say the very first step is really back to the conventional navigation and conventional staff. And those things shall be transmitted first. So I'm also an alumni. I'm an alumni from the French Civil Aviation Academy, ENAC in Toulouse. And ENAC is trying to build, those bridges with aviation university and civil aviation authorities. So this, once you've done the first pillar, which is making the first step of conventional navigation, then you can go to the latest technologies and know how to use them. And to use them is basically making concrete projects, and I would say fulfilling operational regulation and operational staff, and transmitting through OJT, on-the-job training, which is core essence for us. Because to work in our domain, and this is the same for Airbus, you have to go through certification. And certification, so we're endorsed by Europe, EASA, initially that was France, but now this is European certificate. We're endorsed by ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, and also you need to be endorsed in the country you're working for. So for instance, in Oman, we are endorsed, and I think we are currently the sole company to be endorsed to work in this very specific domain. So which means that you really have to take into account this investment. This is a real investment, and this is the most beautiful, I would say, resource. Human capital is the best beautiful, because all people want things to go fast, to be reliable, and you prompt, you get the answer. But basically, in our domain, you can prompt, you can make a very smart prompt, provided that you have been trained correctly before, and you go through at least through 2 years of OJT, and this is what ICAO is recommending in our domain. There is no currently there is no certificate to work in our domain, but you have to prove with evidence that you were working in this domain and you achieved some concrete results in all the type of navigation. So this is essence. So what we are looking for and what we transmit in the countries we're working for, first step, always to find the right local partner. This is essential. This is how we proceed in Oman. So we have been for 8 years in a row renewing our certificate with no work at all. And then we started to work, and thanks to achievements, and thanks, I would say, to this continuous work, we were able to start first step. And it took many years. So if we can find, and this is a very important point, for me, this is promotion of what we are doing and promotion of our jobs. Because it's not, easy job to explain, but this is essential. All of us here have been flying using commercial aircraft. Air France was there. Without what we're doing, nothing is flying. This is not very well known. It's easy to see an aircraft, a radar, a navigation means, but to see people who are doing all this job behind is very essence and key essence. So first, we need to promote those jobs to find the right people who are willing to come to join, go through this different type of academy, university, schools, and then find the right, I would say, connection with either the civil bodies, entities, or private companies as us, and be ready to go through this long journey. So this is very, very essential.
Excellent. I'd like to move to Thierry with the same question, but with a different flip into it. So that gap between technology and on-the-ground operation and maintenance in particular. I'd like you to explain to us what's the strategy to fill that gap in terms of operability, MRO, maintenance, repair, overhaul in region, with the context of increasing also the sovereignty of those countries in the GCC state. In case there is any other crisis in the future, and we've been through regular crises, whatever they are, pandemic and so on. So how does Airbus develop their strategy to make the resources more knowledgeable and autonomous in the region?
I'm going to repeat a little bit the same, that we are building an ecosystem also. We are committed to develop long-term sustainable areas in the GCC. For example, we build industrial capabilities. We develop locally high-value jobs. We develop locally the skills. And we also enable the transfer of technologies. If I take some examples, we have talked about the certification. In the UAE, for example, we have certified one partner to manufacture critical aerostructure locally for our flagship aircraft, which is the A350. We have also certified another one to manufacture locally high-precision parts for our military aircraft, which are operated in the GCC. You talk about maintenance. We have another partner where now we are able to do the maintenance, the repairs of the engines of our aircraft. And in addition to the industrial capabilities, we have also, in partnership with Mubadala, a national training center of excellence to train the next generation of professionals. It's not only in the UAEs. We have something similar, but in maybe a little bit different way in KSA. You talk about partner. We have a local partner with whom we manage locally the operations and the maintenance of our military aircraft in the country. We have also an agreement with a training academy to train the trainers, for them to train locally, because this is what is sustainable. It's not only to do a one-shot training, but if we are able to train the trainers, then they will train the next generation of talents. And something else maybe that I could highlight is that we signed in the last World Defense Show in February 26 with the Saudi Arabia and IDC, which was here just before, an agreement to set up a comprehensive ecosystem where we will manufacture, we will maintain, and we will support the operation. So our commitment is really beyond selling aircraft and services, but as a partner of the Golfe to build the ecosystem to ensure the next developments.
To train a trainer, certify the certifiers as well for Mark.
That's the key.
I think this is the key, right? Professor Nyo, we were supposed to have another panelist today, Quandela, who are in the deep take, quantum, photonic quantum computers. I'm not asking you to sit in the shoes of that gentleman, but I think KAUST has been involved in some development related to quantum computing. If I'm not mistaken, there is even a development of a quantum foundry associated with KAUST. I don't know where that is, and so on. And if you know, then fantastic to share that. But my question is, and I'll let you elaborate on that, is from your perspective, would it be faster to actually serve that emerging industry, to actually develop the capabilities of building hardware in the country, or would that be, for the time being, in the short term, importing that into the country, in Saudi?
Very quickly, and I'm not the best person to answer the questions, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So we did host a French company that built a computer, Pascal, who went on to be acquired by Aramco. There are plans for establishing or thinking about a quantum foundry at KAUST. We have a number of colleagues that are doing very advanced research in quantum-related technology, particularly on the photonics side. So this part is really a quick summary to the question as to the range of activities that are, and I hope I have covered them in sufficient detail. In terms of what would be the most impactful way, it really depends on which area of application and which sector is really going to pull that technology. If it's really on the cryptography, then I would focus more on the computational, on the resilient computing, on the quantum computing, and partner with others in order to provide the key hardware and the key underlying technology. But if we picked a different field, it really could be something that's totally different. If it was really a niche application in cybersecurity, then we might go after the device itself. So I don't think there is really a one answer but the key there is to pick the right partnership, the one that would make for a long-term investment and hopefully for a much bigger return for those who are partnering for us, because these types of partnerships that involve some form of localization end up generating in the long run a much higher return for both sides of the partnerships, or the multiple sides in case there are multiple partners.
Thank you very much, Professor Nyo. Nathalie?
I think we are part of this project with Pascal as well, and for us it is important because there is a quantum strategy for the UAE, and it was important to be able to train not only the trainer but also the students. So we launched 2 years ago the first and unique so far bachelor for quantum physics and quantum science. So it was important to launch this bachelor. So far it's not very successful because it's quite challenging subject. So we have very high level required to enter for this program. But the trend is good, and we are growing every year with the students. And in February, we launched the first research forum between UAE and France, and we launched many PhD programs exactly on these topics, on computer science and quantum computing. So it is going in the right way, and we want to embed as well the different companies to have some industrial partnership to, again, the objective is not making research for making research, it's for making research to have an impact in the ecosystem. So because of that, we need to not only let the university aside, where they were during a long time, but to embed the university in the development of the new technology with the companies. I think that is crucial.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe some additional words on some examples that we have implemented in the region. We have in Europe a program called Airbus for Little Engineers. It's to develop engineering talents. And we have transferred this program to the UAE. The idea is not only to develop talents in engineering, but it's also, you talk about igniting the passion for the science, for the technology, for the engineering, for the mathematics. This is what we want also to initiate the passion for the aeronautics, yes, through STEM, because we want to develop a talent pool locally. And then we have also an additional program, which can be a complementary program, where we have students as interns in Airbus, in Europe, where they have the opportunity to learn with our experts and then to come back and to become a talent pool, and that's also a way to strengthen the skills in the region.
Okay. Thierry, if you can keep the mic up to help move to the next question, which I could ask all of you, but we'll see. We've got 3-4 minutes. We'll see if I can give you a chance to each of you. Is we're looking now long term. The new emerging technology, as we speak now, there will be in 5 years' time technology that we cannot even talk about right now. So there will be the key topics of reskilling, whether it's vocational, it shortens those cycle of education for the academia. It shortens the half-life of any cycle of knowledge development. So I'd like to, and Airbus as a significant pool of talent that you have in your conventional technology, then with the application of AI, you will be reskilling a part of your pool of talent. So how do you go about that? In particular, with everything we covered here, which is developing, anchoring the pool of talent in the region, how you will maintain that and basically project that pool of talent being reskilled over time.
Maybe some numbers before sharing my views. We are in a highly growing market. As a global market forecast, we think that we will see more than 40,000 additional aircraft within the next 20 years. We think that we will need more than 600,000 new pilots and more than 700,000 technicians. In Airbus, we have 160,000 employees. We invest a lot on the training, but not only on the training, on the job adaptation, if I could say, and on the leadership. We think that the key for this huge growth in front of us comes from the talents and the resources, and we are observing a required shift between what was before standard jobs, which will not be the same tomorrow, because as you said, the technology are evolving, the standards are evolving, the regulations are evolving. So we cannot bet on the standard jobs, so we are investing on the skills and on the flexibility and agility based on the skills of our talents, but no more on standard jobs, I would say.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll probably have a few seconds, let's say a minute each. So I'd like to go back to Professor Niu on that very point of reskilling. If you could just give us the perspective of KAUST on that.
I'll just give you a little bit of a perspective. I could do that in maybe 15 seconds. We have that challenge to do, and we have the other challenge of reskilling how we deliver our own mission. So we have double challenges. Nathalie said a few minutes ago that we've spent 700 years teaching calculus pretty much the same way Descartes did it. And now with all the advances in AI and what have you, you know, this approach to that thing has changed. So multiple challenges. Maybe I leave more with a question, give you the balance of the time.
Thank you. So,
thank you.
Recurrent training is per regulation our daily duty. So every year you have to give evidence, say our people are still current, especially current to what they already know, that they have done some achievements, but also current to the new regulation and all the stuff. So it's a challenge. But very interesting what you mentioned, because now we got this huge request of, you know, trying to go through new technology just to accelerate this transition and to be sure that you are not consuming that much time of our experts, our trainers, who will train the others in order to keep current and transmit this knowledge.
Okay, so we said train the trainer, certify the certifier, educate the educator. Nathalie?
Just maybe to be, as you said, flexible and agile, and to be able in our institution to just, I would say, feel the market and anticipate, to be able to propose micro-credential, a new way of teaching. I think that is important, to be aware of the environment and the ecosystem, to be sure that we are what the students are searching for.
Okay.
Very short term.
Very good, thank you very much. I think that's pretty much coming to an end. So I'm not sure where the moderator of the moderators is located, but do we have time for a few questions? Since you have given us the privilege of staying with us that late today, is there a microphone that we can, and if you want to raise your hand and ask a question?
Yeah, or you can activate your mic nearby your desk if needed.
Question? No? I think
it's too late.
We're going to call it a day, as we say then. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much to my panelists, and thank you to Business France for this first day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, what a day we shared today. We've covered everything from AI, computing, the tech, education. Was very interesting, thank you. And so many other topics. Well, thank you very much for your presence today. Thanks for the speakers, but special thanks to you, to the audience who came since this morning and stay with us until now. Tomorrow we will have a lineup of very interesting panel speakers from Bahrain, the UAE, France, and obviously the GCC region. So be there at 8:30. We will come you back again here tomorrow for another conversation and discussions. We will have a very interesting panel as well on healthcare, the agriculture and the food security, obviously. In the afternoon as well, we will have a very interesting panel as well about luxury lifestyle and so many other things to discuss. And obviously, we are here also tomorrow for more of networking. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time today. Now we're going to move to another dedicated workshop with the V.I.E, the Public Investment Fund. Please, let's welcome Rachid Boulawin, the Director of Business France in Saudi Arabia, who has a welcoming speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. This is the last and dedicated session that we are very keen and very honored to launch within Vision Golfe with our dedicated partner that I would like to really applaud from the Public Investment Fund. Please applaud them for their presence and the time that they're going to accord to us and to you companies on the new strategy, the PIF strategy that has been launched, in a couple of months now, and that has given a certain high attention to our French investors, French companies active in the KSA market, but at the same time to French players who are still, prospecting and convincing the market. We are also very keen to do it with our dear colleagues from the Direction Générale du Trésor on the financing side, as well as BPI France, who are engaging since quite a couple of months and time with the PIF on bringing the best tools and the best financing support for the Saudi side, but also for the French companies. I would like to thank Mr. Harith for your participation and for the team, Nawal and all the PIF team that we've been, working closely with all of you. So very concrete and very, efficiently, I wanted to invite you, Mr. Harith, for, starting, the opening of the PIF side. Mr. Harith, the floor is yours, and welcome to Paris, and welcome to you as well.
Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to extend a warm welcome and thank all participants from both sides joining us today. It's a privilege to bring together such an exceptional group of leaders, innovators, and investors from the French private sector, all united by a shared interest in strengthening collaboration and exploring new opportunities with the Saudi side. Also, I'm delighted to be with you alongside with representatives from the PIF portfolio, including the Saudi Railway Company, Livera, and Qiddiya. Before we begin, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Business France for their outstanding commitment, fostering the cooperation between both sides, and for their efforts to make this session possible. PIF is an active long-term investor in the most innovative, transformational industries, business, and markets. Between 2017 and 2024, PIF invested around $45 billion across Europe, adding 52 billion to the continent's GDP, and creating over 254,000 direct and indirect jobs. These investments included around $8.6 billion in France, which added 4.8 billion to the nation's GDP, and created 29,000 direct and indirect jobs for the French economy. PIF remains committed to building new partnerships with a diverse range of leading international institutions. As you may know, PIF has opened an office in Paris in the presence of His Excellency, the French President, Emmanuel Macron, along with His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, the Governor of the PIF, back in May 2025. Today's workshop will provide an overview of the PIF 2026-2030 strategy and the strategic priorities that will guide the fund's next phase of growth and value creation. As PIF continue to play a vital role in advancing the Saudi long-term economic transformation, we believe that a meaningful engagement and knowledge exchange with our stakeholders, partners, are essential to achieving these ambitions. This session is an opportunity to share perspective, explore area of strategic alignment, and identify opportunities where closer collaboration can create mutual value and contribute to our common objectives. We also look forward to hearing your insights and discussing how we can further strengthen our collective efforts in supporting of these goals. With that, I would like to thank you once again and for your participation, and allow me to give the floor to my colleague, Muhannad.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you here all today. To start this journey and this discussion about the Public Investment Fund and the journey that we have gone over the past decade, allow me to share with you a few highlights of Saudi Arabia overall and its position within the G20 overall. Saudi Arabia is one of the largest countries when it comes to the size of the country, spanning over 2.2 million square kilometers across the country with a very large population base. The country has seen a significant growth in its GDP over the past decade, with strong focus on its non-oil related growth. As part of the Vision 2030, which aspires upon three key pillars, a thriving economy, a vibrant nation, as well as an ambitious nation. These three pillars focusing on the economical side of things, this is exactly where PIF came about. The the overall debt of Saudi Arabia is extremely limited compared to the other G20 countries, being the second lowest among the top 20 G20 countries. In addition to that, when it comes to the overall FX reserves as part of imports, Saudi ranks among the largest among the G20 countries. Going through PIF and the economic transformation that it undergoes and the impact that it has on the Saudi economy, PIF has segregated itself as an independent institution with a strong governance focused on a variety of different key assessments. Part of that is ensuring maximizing the wealth and maximizing the financial returns for the fund. In addition to that, focusing on the development of the private sector and in the inclusion of the private sector across time. Moreover, the fund has also stated itself as an institutional independent organization with its own board of directors, as well as full independence when it comes to its decision-making activities. PIF's four key pillars span upon the growth in its AUM, where we have seen significant growth from 2015 of 150 billion to currently where it spans over $900 billion overall. In addition to that, there came about unlocking of new sectors, 13 priority sectors that are non-oil related, spanning from renewable sources, energy, aviation, automotive, consumer goods, and various others. These sectors really supported the development of the Saudi economy overall, ensuring that we attract investments, partners to develop, I would say, cutting-edge technologies and developing manufacturing and advanced manufacturing facilities within the kingdom. In addition to that, to enable this, the creation of partnerships was a must as well. So we have partnered with leading organizations and partners across the world, from funds like BlackRock, all the way to different companies like Lenovo, Hyundai, and others to develop the manufacturing scene in Saudi Arabia. Some key highlights, over $900 billion of assets under management, a 7% annualized return since the independence of the fund in 2015. And this represents the commercial nature of PIF's investment, where we have both a value to create economical impact, as well as ensuring that there is a strong growth in the fund's assets over time, essentially. In addition to that, we have participated of 243 billion of non-oil GDP from 2021 to 2024, with a growth of around 10% in 2024 alone. We have invested in more than $200 billion in the local economy, with 143 billion going into the private sector to ensuring the support and alignment of the private sector across the board. Below you can see certain highlights of the AUM growth from 2015 to date, where we have seen significant growth supported by a variety of different funding sources, which my colleagues will touch upon later on, in addition to PIF's rank as the 7th largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. With that, I'd like to pass it to my colleague Joao, who will talk us through the PIF's new strategy 2026-2030. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. And I think the objective of this session is going to be to give you an overview of the PIF recently approved refresh strategy, 2026-2030. And I think it's very important to contextualize this new strategy, as my colleague just started framing, in the context of the evolution of the economy of Saudi Arabia. Over the last decades, Saudi Arabia has been going through a major transformation of its economy, and PIF has been playing a central role in this transformation. I think a few highlights from my colleague that are very important is, if you look at the PIF AUM, you can see in the previous page that we had going from around half a trillion of SAR in 2015 all the way to almost 3.5 trillion SAR in 2025. Or, as Mohammed also mentioned, in 2025 solely, PIF has, and through its portfolio companies, it was contributing to the economy with more than 400 and 500 billion SAR, which is, as Mohammed also mentioned, around 11% of the non-oil GDP of the kingdom. So I think this is very important in order to understand where we are, but also where we are going now. Because in the end, PIF is transitioning from this growth and transformation phase to more of a value realization phase. And this should be framed and considered as a natural evolution of any long-term investor. Because in the end, as you see, and who is on the ground can see that locally, we are moving from early stage developments and investments to value capture and also disciplined capital recycling over the coming years. Okay? And this will be done around, we talked a lot about pillars, principles, but I think on the strategy, this is extremely important. We do it when we design the strategy based on 4 key pillars. So the first pillar is around continue to unlock the value of the economy and continue to develop the economy through our ecosystem investments. I'll get to that in a second, and through our vision portfolio specifically. The second one is unlock the value potential and the full potential of our assets, especially the ones that are more mature. And this is connected with our strategic portfolio. The third one is around maximize the returns of our portfolio. This is across all our 3 portfolios. And then I think on top of this investment principles, we also have an institutional principle, which is in the end, what we want to make sure is that we have the key enablers in place to be able to do the execution of our strategy. So we need to make sure that we have the right capabilities and also we drive the operational excellence. Okay. When we think about also how we develop the strategy, we focus on 3 guiding principles. So the first one is PIF wants to continue to be the engine of of Saudi Arabia's economy, and so this is one of our clear intents. The second one that we typically, and we like to highlight, is we want to make sure that we are expanding on our income sources. So what does that mean? So we want to make sure that we are extracting the most of the value in the kingdom, but also internationally with thematic investments, as we've been doing. And lastly, I think this is very important, and this is actually in the PIF law. We want to make sure that we continue to be the safeguard and grow the intergenerational wealth of the kingdom. This is our responsibility also as a sovereign wealth fund. So what I would like now is to get into the specifics of, I've mentioned portfolios, but I think this is very, very important, that PIF has structured its long-term investment strategy in 2026 to 2030 specifically, but we even look at 2040, around 3 portfolios. So the first portfolio is the vision portfolio. This portfolio actually has more than 100 PCs, portfolio companies, which intend to deliver the PIF contribution to the Vision 2030. So in the end, this is where we are doing our investments around the local economy and on our ecosystems to build the competitiveness of those. The second one is the strategic portfolio. So the strategic portfolio is where PIF has their more mature Saudi holdings. And here what the objective is actually scale those holdings and scale them not only internally, where they are typically they're already the national champions, but also internationally. And this means going abroad and capturing their fair share. Okay? And the third portfolio is our financial portfolio. So the financial portfolio is where we have this diversification, where we have more liquid assets, and this is where typically we drive those investments with our international major partners in the kingdom or abroad. If you allow me now, I think it's very important to focus a little bit more on vision portfolio specifically. So on the vision, we just mentioned the 13 priority sectors. That is true, but over the coming years, we were proposing to shift our strategy from the 13 sectors to 6 specific ecosystems. And this should be read as a focus. So PIF is focusing on delivering across these 6 ecosystems, namely the tourism, travel, and entertainment, the advanced manufacturing innovation, urban development and livability, industrials and logistics, clean energy, water and renewable infra, and NEOM. NEOM as a separate ecosystem, given its scale, given its stage of development, and given its relevance, and also the development across generations. Now, one of the questions that we are getting a lot is why? Why this change? And I mentioned the focus. So I think there is a logic here, very clear, that the focus, we expect to have clear benefits for PIF, for our partners, and also for our interaction with the government. What do I mean by that? I think here it's very important to highlight that, one, we built the ecosystems in order to have visibility on what PIF is investing and what PIF is not investing. This was one of the major feedbacks that we got internally and locally, and also from international investors, was what is actually PIF investing on. So this is the first objective that we have. The second one is related with, we want to make sure that we understand how our investments are connected and with its major stakeholders. So to do that, you need this definition of ecosystem. And in the end, this will streamline our engagement. And the third, actually, is to have very clear assessment of what are the major gaps, and in the end, what are the major opportunities that we have across our portfolio and across the value chains in Saudi Arabia. So this goes beyond purely our portfolio, but also goes to the value chains in Saudi Arabia. And as we define the ecosystems, I think it's, in this case, very important to share a little bit of the process, because otherwise it doesn't give you the full understanding of what we are discussing, or what was done and what is being proposed. The definition of these ecosystems was based on, one, leveraging the best-in-class benchmarks that we have in other countries and in other institutions when we talk about, for example, tourism. The second one was doing a very detailed mapping and assessment of the economic interdependencies of our portfolio companies. As I mentioned, more than 100 portfolio companies, and its key stakeholders, because this will allow us to have the visibility that I just mentioned to you all. And the third was actually, on top of that, Vision Portfolio aims to deliver thriving ecosystems contributing to Vision 2030, correct? So in the end, what we had to do was a full mapping of the 100 portfolio companies to more than the 60 national strategies, to more than the 100 national objectives that we can find on the Vision 2030. Without this, we could not have the granular view that is required to do and to design the strategy. Lastly, and to close, I think it's very important to share with you some of the beliefs on our approach in terms of investment. And here, just a few highlights. I don't need to go through all of them. I think one, we invest at scale, but we invest with clear objectives. I think this needs to be very, very clear. The second one is we are a long-term investor. So we don't measure our success on a quarter basis or only on an annual basis. We measure our success across horizons and across also cycles. And third, I think, especially for the audience that we have here today, we no longer see the attraction of investors as an ambition. It is embedded in our strategy, it is mandatory, and as His Excellency mentioned recently, it's no longer really an ambition, it is an expectation. So we count on all of you in this room and other partners. Now I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Anas. He's going to talk more about our financing strategy.
All right, thanks a lot, João, for this. And thanks all for being here. It's a pleasure to be here, to be with you back home for me as well. So just if we rewind a bit, Mohammed first presented to you the broader Saudi story and the role that PIF, as Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund, plays in it. João talked to you about our new strategy and how we actually think about our investments. What I want to talk to you about now is, as he mentioned, how do we fund all of this? How do we finance our investments? And as he mentioned, how we would like to encourage more and more investors, private and public as well, to look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and PIF projects as opportunities. So really, when you think about PIF and how we finance all of our investments, we have three main sources of funding. Like every more or less sovereign wealth fund, we have government contributions, right? For PIF, the government can contribute in financial terms or in kind to our mission. And we also receive asset transfers from the government. The one that you probably have heard about before is asset transfers from Saudi Aramco, where we also, for instance, own today 16% of the company as part of an asset transfer that was made to us from the government. So that's one key source of funding, how PIF gets its money from. The second big source of funding for us is actually internal revenue generation. It's the money that we will get from our investments. The big source there is obviously dividends. So the dividends of our portfolio companies, some of whom are in the room, are going to pay to the fund since we own them. But you will also have revenues that will come to us from what we call a capital recycling strategy. In order to fund ourselves, our role as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund is to put capital where it is best used, right? So once a company will reach what we deem an appropriate stage of maturation, et cetera, our role is not to keep holding that company forever. The role of PIF is then to allow the private sector to step in. So that's where you will have also monetization operations, which you can see a few examples of on this slide, right? So for instance, over the past few years, we've monetized our stakes in Saudi telecom company. We sold 2% in November 24. Our stakes in Gasco and Americana, who was one of the largest IPOs, if not the largest IPO at the time, in the GCC region. Another example is also our stake in the Saudi Financial Exchange, Tadawul, right? So revenues from this will then be reinvested in the portfolios that Joao mentioned, most likely the Vision portfolio, in order to keep developing and growing the portfolio companies that we have. And here as well, you have some of the most recent PIF investments in Saudi Arabia, right? So all of this, dividends received and capital recycling, is part of internal revenue generation, is what we get from our portfolio investments. The final part of what PIF gets its money from is external debt. We are a reference issuer on debt capital markets, and we also have relationships with some of the world's largest financial institutions, whether international banks, local and GCC banks as well, in order to raise capital. We've raised up to almost $40 billion on debt capital markets since 2022, and a bit more than $30 billion through international bank transactions, but also, and I'll talk about it for a minute because I know our colleague, actually friends from BPI France are here in the room as well, export credit agencies. And export credit agency finance is also something that we look at very, very closely, which I think is also going to be interesting to people in this room, as this is something that allows us to obviously raise capital for PIF and our portfolio companies, but also to support French exporters to Saudi Arabia, to these companies. So it's a win-win transaction for both French companies and corporates, such as yourselves, investors as well, but also PIF and portfolio companies. So it's something that we've done in the past, and we're looking to try and do more in the future as well. Now, I've talked a lot about PIF. What we do as well is we help and support our portfolio companies as well with the debt raising and the capital raising that they do. I mentioned a lot of debt. It's also true, as Joao mentioned, in terms of equity. And equity raising for these portfolio companies is also going to be now a very important feature of their strategy. You've seen the presentations from my colleagues. You've seen the presentations and the discussions today at this great summit. Saudi Arabia, PIF, and its portfolio companies right now are one of the most dynamic markets that you can find anywhere in the world. And the number of opportunities that we have today in the kingdom is staggering, and it will only continue to grow. To finance these, we will need, as Joao mentioned, external investors as well. These are opportunities for you. You will see a few examples later of portfolio companies. We have colleagues from Qiddiya, who's one of our entertainment giga projects close to Riyadh, from SAR on transportation, Lyfera in healthcare, and the list goes on, as Joao and Mohamed talked about. When you invest in PIF, when you invest in Saudi Arabia, something that people often forget is you're actually investing in a country and a sovereign wealth fund which has a very strong credit profile. If I wanted to push that a bit, I would actually say that with a AA credit rating, it's actually the same credit rating as if you were to invest in France, or even in the United States for that matter, right? You're investing in one of the biggest investment stories with a risk profile, which is one of a very well-rated sovereign and economy. An economy that keeps diversifying, and an economy that will only continue growing. On that, I'll leave the floor now to our colleagues from BPI France in order to talk a bit more about these financing opportunities and how we can support French exporters to participate in this story. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will move now to a discussion on public investment support mechanism available to French companies, with a particular focus on export financing, insurance solutions, and international development opportunities. To lead this session, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Armel Castet, Deputy Director for Trade Finance, Mrs. Pascal Lefebvre, Head of Key Accounts at BPI France Assurance Expert, Mr. Mayel Mbaye, Head of MENA Turkey and Central Asia at BPI France. Thank you.
I can speak here, right? Good evening, everyone, and a warm welcome to our colleagues and partners from the PIF. We're very glad to have you in Bercy today. As said, I'm Armel Castet. I'm Deputy Director for Trade Finance at the French Treasury, and I will leave it afterwards to my colleagues from BPI to introduce themselves. Just a very short introduction because it's late already, but we do think that your presence today for this workshop with PIF from the French private sector in such a number is also a great proof and a great demonstration of, first of all, the strong ties already built between Saudi Arabia and France, but also the strong interest to be part of the journey that has just been described by our friends from PIF. Also, this workshop takes place in a very dense week in Paris because we have Vision Golfe, which is very important to us. We also have, as you would know, Eurosatori, the largest defense exhibition in the world, taking place in Paris this week, and Vivatech, which is also a very large high-tech exhibition taking place in Paris. And one could see bridges between those three events because that's also filmed where the French know-how and the high-tech coming from France, well used in a partnership with our Saudi allies, I think can make a difference. Jointly with Pascal and Maël, we will say a word on how the French authorities, from a financing side, also would like to unlock opportunities for the French business in Saudi Arabia and how we do think that it will also support the vision of PIF. First of all, maybe no need to recall this, but still, I think it's a fair assessment to say that the political relationship between the Kingdom and the French Republic has never been stronger. You will remember that President Macron visited the Kingdom, and thank you again for the invitation from His Excellency the King, in 2024. And since then, we have had several very high-level events also demonstrating the strength of our partnership. First of all, it's been recalled already, but for us it was a very great signal that PIF will open an office in Paris in May 2025. We had the French-Saudi Business Forum in Riyadh in November 2025 that was very well attended by the French business sectors and also with the participation on our side of Minister Forestier. We had the Saudi participation as a guest of honor at the Paris Infra Week 2025, also last November, and another French-Saudi business forum. So obviously, these events provide a great opportunity to have direct conversation between the Saudi and the French business sectors. But we think that this event tonight is another step, an important one for a direct conversation between the French business sector and PIF, notably. And we know that there is already a very strong presence from your groups in Saudi Arabia, so I can't now name all the sectors and all the companies, because when you start doing that, and Rashidi would know better than I do, you always have people raising their flag because they've not been named, but we are present in force in Saudi Arabia to contribute to the Kingdom's projects, notably in Qiddiya, one of the largest entertainment park under construction, for the Riyadh Metro, in Alula, and on all these projects, and also in the energy sector, I think French companies are able to demonstrate their know-how. Of course, there is more to come, and when we were at the Saudi-French Business Forum in Riyadh last November, we heard a lot coming from the Saudi authorities on the lessons to be drawn from the Paris 2024 Olympic Games and how we could feed also into what the Kingdom is planning with Expo 2030 and with the 2034 World Cup. So there too, we do think that there are partnerships to be built. And our objective, and believe me, we are working very actively on that jointly with Pascal here on stage, is also to be responsive to the specific needs from our Saudi partners regarding how we could innovate on our financial toolbox. And there we are working on an innovative instrument that we are really crafting jointly with the Saudi authorities, which will be a kind of facility provided by BPI, and Pascal will say more about it. But I just wanted to highlight for the French business sector that this is specific to Saudi Arabia. We've been really in intense discussion with our colleagues from the Saudi authorities. Jointly with Denis Lefers, the CEO of the French ECA BPIA, we've been flying yearly to Riyadh to have this very direct dialogue. And we do hope that the first shopping lines, because that's the name we give them, will be signed very soon with Saudi authorities, but that more will come and that you will benefit from this effort to have faster, less burdensome, because that's also something we hear from our Saudi partners, financial tools, and to expedite a bit the process towards the decision point regarding the financing and the very key and structural projects of our Saudi partners. So maybe I will leave it there. We are all in the French Treasury and in BPI also at your disposal to continue the conversation on how, with all our tools from our financial toolbox, from the public side, we can help you and we can support the kingdom in implementing its key projects. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And now Pascal will say more. Maël first will say more about all that BPI is doing in Saudi Arabia.
It's working. Thank you, Armel. Thank you, Your Excellency, and dear partners from PIF. As well as thank you, Business France, for organizing this workshop, as well as all the French companies here today. I won't be too long, as the idea is to give you more details on the shopping line facility that Armel mentioned and that Pascal will share with you. We just wanted to say on behalf of BPI France that we are really happy to reach this new milestone today here during Vision Golfe. We have initiated discussions with the PIF, especially for now many years, and looking at the different presentations that you shared with us, I believe that the natural fit is growing more and more between our two institutions. Clearly, the vision that you're implementing really fit with also the mandate that BPI France, with the support of the French authorities, is trying to implement on an everyday basis for the French companies. And when we look at the direction today of the different projects that you've mentioned, there is obviously the financing mechanisms and partnerships that will be key to stretch much more, I would say, the investment capacity on the local ground to address larger scale projects based in Saudi Arabia for sure. But what we wanted also to share is that it's not only about financing, it's not only about money, it's also about the right advisory support and the right connection. And this is also something that we are more and more inclined to provide with our partners from Business France. BPI France is a portfolio of roughly 80,000 French companies every year, from the startup to the large corporates that we're supporting to grow abroad. And we believe that looking at the different projects that you shared and the portfolio companies that you mentioned, that there are strong connections to support in the coming months and the coming years. And that the shopping line will obviously provide the safety net so that we can easily address this large-scale project. So without further ado, I'll let the floor to Pascal to introduce the shopping line, and thanks again for your support.
Thank you, Maël. Hello, everyone. I'm Pascal Lefebvre. I'm the head of large corporates key accounts in BPI France Assurance Export. And BPI France Assurance Export is the French export credit agency. So as mentioned, ECA financing can be an important tool for finance big project, and the traditional way to do that is to conclude each time you have a new commercial contract, a new financing. So each time you have to negotiate, to mandate lawyer and so on, and it's a huge work for everyone, and perhaps you lose some precious time. So we have tried to innovate and to implement a new product, which is, as mentioned by my colleagues, a shopping line guarantee. So the aim of this new product is to facilitate for the foreign buyer access to a more flexible financing for when they want to source their purchases from a French supplier. So it will avoid a lot of administrative burden, and with fewer documents and less heavy analysis to do on each transaction. And I want to mention that it's always a tailor-made solution. So as you can see on the screen, only one financing will be concluded between the foreign borrower for today it will be a PIF with a bank, so you negotiate once, and then each time that a company of the PIF want to conclude a commercial contract with a French supplier, there will be nearly an automatic financing thanks to the shopping line. So the main characteristic, and then I will be at your disposal if you want to have more detail, but the main characteristic of the shopping line, so you need to have contracts signed by French companies. The first flexibility is that usually we look at French content commercial contract by commercial contract. With the shopping line, we will look at it on an aggregated basis at the level of the shopping line. It means that, for example, you can have French contract with a very, very small French content. It will be eligible because we think that for next contract there will be an average which will be fine. The amount is defined on the basis of the borrower needs, of course. So we look at what was the flow in the past and what are the new project of the borrower. Because the idea is really to size the level of the shopping line at not too high, not too low for sure, because it needs to finance all the project, but not too high because otherwise the borrower will pay commitment fees or nothing. So it's really a tailor-made solution. In the amount of the shopping line, there can be, for example, 20% of the amount which will be reserved for already signed and paid contract on a refinancing basis. It's a win-win solution. We want to help to have a new French contract, and at the same time we help refinancing already a paid contract with a reach-back period, for example, of 2 or 3 years. The level of financing is, as usual, 85% of each commercial contract. The drawdown period can be 2-3 years, depending on the contract that you want to put on the shopping line, and the repayment period will depend. The longer, the more expensive. So, but it also depends on which contract you put in the shopping line. But 12-15 years is a common repayment period. And lastly, the percentage of cover that BPI France will provide will depend on the nature of the shopping line. When, and I think that it would be the case with Saudi Arabia and PIF, when the idea is to put infrastructure contract, for example, in order to have more flexibility and not to be obliged to follow the OECD rules. We can limit the cover to 80% in order to be aligned with European and OECD rules. So we can go up to 95%. So we limit the coverage at 80%, but by doing this, we are not obliged to follow, for example, starting point of credit rules imposed by the OECD, and we can be much more flexible regarding ENS analysis. That's the main point of the shopping line.
Thank you for your intervention and for your insight. Now we're going to have 3 interventions from PIF portfolio companies, an overview about them from the Saudi Arabian Railways, V.I.E, and quotidien. Please, the stage is yours.
So, hello everyone, my name is Tariq Al-Aqil. I'm the Vice President for Strategic Planning and Corporate Control for the Saudi Railway Company. First of all, I would like to thank Business France for arranging this and for their kind hospitalities, and also V.I.E for giving us the opportunity today to become part of this lovely sessions. And also, not to mention that, to thank gratefully our colleagues in V.I.E for what they explained in the beginning. Harith, Mohamed, Anas, and wow, they make it so easy for me to give you exactly a blink of what's the Saudi Railway Company among the V.I.E portfolio and how we emerge with what Mr. Joao says about the ecosystem exactly. So basically, the Saudi Railway Company, it's one of the biggest portfolio of V.I.E. It's started in almost 60, so it's 66 years old now. It started with the line between the East Coast and Riyadh, stated like this: aesthetics, put into logistics, transportation, until V.I.E came in the picture in 2006 and established the existing Saudi Railway Company to serve the mining. And then in 2015, exactly what Joao mentioned in the beginning, how V.I.E is contributing to their portfolio company back then. They make the company the sole owner and operator of the Saudi Railway to pave the roads for the private sector later and make it a great champion that could work on and operate inside and outside Saudi Arabia. 2017, it's continued the successful growth. They opened the high speed, first time in Saudi Arabia, and then they completed the merge, and now it's the time for the next era for looking it to the private sector. This is the current and future map of the Saudi Railway Company. Today, SAR is on and operates everything related to the railway. We have our own tunneling system, telecommunication system, operation system, railway, everything related to that. Even security and firefighting system is managed by us. Why is that? Is because of this is how it should start. This is what the vision was then, to pave the roads, to do all the necessary investments that only V.I.E and its portfolio company has the tools, the decision-making mechanism to do this, to make it so simple to the private sector to take it and to invest with railway systems in the future. We basically operate all kinds of railways, metros, high speeds, diesels, freights, engines, everything, and we have a great relationship with the French railways ecosystem completely. These are some of the examples that we run of the freights, train as well. And this is basically where I want to focus about where we used to be two years ago, and now with what my colleagues in V.I.E showed you is we are going to be in the next 10 years. So basically we are going to add almost 3,000 of kilometers. How we are going to do this basically, it was my colleague Anas, thanks for him, explains in the financing, unlocking the potential of the private sector, enabling them to invest, to unlock the market, to reshape the company profiles, and as well to use the ECAs when possible. And we are in discussion with some of the French companies for some of the giga projects, which is the land bridge and the GCC and others, what you see here in the ground. There is a lot to talk about this as well. There is a connections between the V.I.E portfolio companies ecosystem completely to make one big strong portfolio for the investors, to make it wealthy for them, to make it also much easier. And our colleague in V.I.E are supporting SAR and our other ecosystems in getting these investment in the right manner and in the right time. So these are not dreams, these are the plans, some of them tenders in the market, and we are working very heavily to achieve that in the timeline that's stated by our strategy. What you're going to see here is a small blink of multiple SMEs potential opportunities, which we left at the giga projects and the details for it for different venues, because the majority of the business France has already knows about them. They have been invited, they have been in discussion with V.I.E directly or with SAR for those giga projects. But we also take care of SMEs, not only the giants company, which they know everything, which I see very familiar faces that have been myself into different meetings with them. For example, we have the wheel industry. There is no single factory, for example, for wheel industry, even semi-finished, not completely. You can source them from Europe or from whatever you source them there, and you can forge the final process in Saudi Arabia, where there's nothing in the MENA region to serve the whole GCC countries, you can imagine. The addressable market is over $1 billion. The current Saudi market, we are talking about 30 to 50,000 off-take agreement potential from day one. So it's a very fruitful opportunity for the SMEs. Next as well, we have the train manufacturing for freight wagons, double stacks, tanks wagons, reverse engineering opportunities for SMEs, where we can find it in the local market for SNCF as well. You can just shift the industry, shift the transfer of that localizations to Saudi Arabia, and you get a potential of offtake agreement for that, where you can export as well from Saudi Arabia. And you use also all the enablers from my colleagues in the industrial sector, where they have a great initiatives to localize the industry and support the investors as well. The sleepers, same goes with the next opportunity of the rail bars. In the whole MENA region, there is no single factory for that, you can imagine. And this is specialized industry for the SMEs. You can use the existing steel industry that's in France. You take a semi-finished product, you finish it in Saudi Arabia, you wrap it, you market it, you sell it to the ecosystem in whole MENA region. Not only Saudi Railway is a customer of those, there are other companies in V.I.E portfolio can use of these products with a little bit of adjustment. The 3,000 kilometers goes for the 10 years, only plans. Beyond 10 years, there is also bigger plans in the whole GCC and the MENA region. I believe you heard about some of the MOUs that went in the last few weeks about connecting Saudi Arabia to Turkey through Jordan and Syria as well. There is bigger portfolio developments left and right, not in the only railway for Saudi Arabia. There is the replacement, etc., etc. So what I wanted to show you here basically is the continuation of my colleagues in V.I.E presentation, to show you a glimpse about SAR, Saudi Railway Company SAR, and how it's evolved and how its dream and ambitious in the next 10 years. And with that, I would like to thank you again for being here and give me the opportunities, and thanks for my colleagues in V.I.E for making it so easy for us to come. Thank you very much. With this, I will leave it to my colleague, Turki Jlajel, to give you his presentation and overview about Live.Air.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. I didn't thought Paris would be hot this time of year, but it's similar to Riyadh, to be honest. It's really similar to Riyadh. Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Business France, Rashid, and the PIF team. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. I don't know about the audience, if any, I usually give speeches or talks for doctors or pharmacists, but today, hopefully you can enjoy the presentation and know more about V.I.E. How many of you have taken medications this month, last month? I'm sure most of us use medication all the time, but nobody thought, where is it manufactured? Is it important to know where is it manufactured, or what is its origin? Maybe it's not important. Today, it's really important. A few years ago, we faced a pandemic, and during the pandemic, supply chain, during dinners, during gatherings, we're talking about supply chain. The vaccines became a national asset for countries. So, everybody was talking about the supply chain and the importance of medications. Well, V.I.E. today, which is completely owned by the PIF, is investing in the future in the life-saving medications and building a future resilience for healthcare. Today, sorry, I'll be jumping from here to here just to give you a glance. I'll try to be not scientific, but giving you a brief about V.I.E. So V.I.E. is a biopharmaceutical company owned fully by the PIF, which dedicated to advancing Saudi Arabia biopharmaceutical sector, building a national resilience for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's established in 2022, and it's developing a long-term capital through targeted local investment and international partners. Speaking about partners and being in France and in Paris, I'm sure all of you know Sanofi, so we're really proud to be partnering with Sanofi, and soon we'll be localizing vaccines by Sanofi and many other French companies. Sorry, I'll just go. Sorry. So we're driving national health resilience by localizing biopharma, building infrastructure and capabilities needed to ensure the national health resilience. Partnering with the best, we're partnering with Sanofi. Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, but it's not changing here. So, sorry, back here. So we're partnering with the best. Today, just in the end of 2026, we're going to have insulin pens manufactured fully, fill and finish in Saudi Arabia by Novo Nordisk. I'm sure most of you know, one of the biggest Danish, companies, pharma companies in the world. We're positioning Saudi Arabia as a global biopharma hub, as a regional global also bio hub by scaling the local biopharma sector, and also empowering the local content, by leading the next generation of biopharma innovation through world-class training, global exposure, and building careers for Saudis. What also we're doing, we're empowering Saudi well-being, to putting Saudi Arabia first, ensuring that they have access to reliable and affordable medications by manufacturing. So where are we today? We're building a world-class, state-of-the-art manufacturing in Saudi Arabia, in the capital of Riyadh, for insulin manufacturing. We're building capabilities and investing in the private sector. So we acquired 70% of Saudi Bio, which is a biomanufacturing site, and we're manufacturing insulin. It will be ready by the end of 2026. We'll be a national leader, enabling the national biotech strategy, which is chaired by His Royal Highness, to enable localization of vaccines, biosimilars, biologics, and genetic sequencing. We want to be a global champion, inshallah, by the 2040 aspiration, and partnering with the best, global companies abroad. So that's the strategy house for V.I.E. So we're becoming a globally recognized biopharma company, enabling development and manufacturing of innovative therapeutics. improve the KSA biopharma resilience, and enable the national biotech strategy, delivering state-of-the-art biomanufacturing, and securing high-level commercial, contractable, and partnerships. I hope I talked briefly about LifeEra and what is aim and what you need to do in the future. I will be here if there is any French companies want to build and networking for if there is also any startups in genetics or in biopharma or biologics. I'll be more than happy to be here. Thank you so much, and over to Bilal.
Thank you everyone for attending. Since we are in Paris, I'll ask if we think about Paris, the first thing that comes to mind is love, culture, romance, for example. If we think about Milan, we think about fashion. If we think about Las Vegas, we think about entertainment. Now we are building Qiddiya. The common thing about these successful cities is that they all revolve about one important thing, which is human experience. We are also building a city that revolves about human experience. The human experience we want to give in Qiddiya is play. Why play specifically? It has proven scientifically that play can help you thrive, create, imagine, connect, grow, and even be happy. So this is why we are creating a city for play. Qiddiya city occupies a unique place in the United Kingdom. We are not only building a city, we are actually placing Qiddiya and the Saudi Arabia onto the global stage. We are attracting local, domestic, and international visitors. We are also advancing in the entertainment, sports, and culture. Plus, we are creating a city with exceptional livability, hence driving the economic growth of Saudi Arabia. Qiddiya city is placed 45 kilometers from the center of Riyadh. It is connected through a branch of highways and well-structured connection to the city. We have around 20 districts in Qiddiya. It is around 360 kilometers squared. We are aiming to create around 300,000 job opportunities. We are going to attract around 500,000 residents. And we are building around 400 attractions across the whole city. I'll start talking about some of those projects that some of them are actually live and you can go and visit. Some of them are in the design stage and some of them are in construction stage. The first one, our pride, is the Six Flags. It's an entertainment city that was opened in December 25. I have had the chance to ride the tallest and the fastest ride in the world, which is the Falcon Flight. It does give you more adrenaline rush than what I have right now presenting to you. So it's a very, very, very exciting experience. The second one is the Aqua Park. The Aqua Park is the largest aqua city in the region. It's an amazing destination for families. It attracts a lot of Saudis, especially in the summer season. So it's an amazing district and destination for visitors. Now, some of the projects that are being designed and are under construction, starting with the Dragon Ball theme park, the Speed Park track with the well-known Blade that you can see here. This project is currently under construction. It's an amazing structure. It will be fantastic to come and visit when it's live, with all the Formula One activities that will be happening. Another key project that we have in Qiddiya is Mercedes World of Performance, with a lot of immersive and interactive experiences in this 9th-floor building. An amazing stadium, which is Prince Mohammed bin Salman Stadium. This stadium will be open for FIFA World Cup in 2034. It is on Twake Cliff. It overlooks the Six Flags and Aqua Arabia. Amazing views, amazing experience that will be put in for FIFA World Cup in 2034. The project that I'm currently working on, the Nick Faldo golf course. This golf course is now grown in the midst of Twake Cliff. It does give you a totally different experience than you have anywhere around Riyadh, with all the vegetation and the golf experience that will be provided for golfers from around the world. Another very interesting project, which is the Performance Arts Center. Also, this project is under construction. You can see the architecture is from another world. It's a masterpiece that will be open. Also, it's on Twake Mountain overlooking Qiddiya. Play is also for cinemas and theater. We have the Playmaker Studio under construction. These are fully serviced production facilities that will be used for cinema and production. One more asset, which is the horse racing venue. We all know how Saudi Arabia and the Gulf specifically are well known for breeding horses and this long relationship with horse riding. So we're creating an equestrian destination that defies convention. It is built to raise global standard and celebrate horsemanship in many forms. Closing out with the new style of play, which is e-gaming. We are also building a gaming and esports district, 500,000 square meters of a global epicenter. So in brief, these are the key projects that we have now in Qiddiya that we are building, and we are proud to be presenting to the world as an entertainment center for culture, for learning, for play. And tonight we also, as we started in the beginning, when we hear the word Paris, what comes to our mind, it's a destination. Qiddiya is a destination like Paris. We've built identity that will resonate globally and will create lasting connections with people to come. Thank you.
I would like to thank you all for attending this session. Thank you, PIF, for choosing France, one of your main partners. Thank you, BPI and DG Trésor for an interesting intervention. And thank you, French companies, for your time and for attending this session. Please do not hesitate to exchange with the PIF team. We'll be waiting for you all in the cocktail networking at Palais Galleria. And have a nice evening. Thank you.